Chapter 379. Sihan's eyes twitched. Bad assassin. His body was faster than his brain, and his sensitivity to danger was amazing. Xianxia took a deep breath and regained her clarity. She was even more apprehensive. Ding, bang. Up till now, he had not found anything that could withstand the destructive power of the bad assassin. Ling Su and Flamingo landed heavily on the ground. The intense pain caused him to wake up from his stupor, and he revealed a fierce smile. Fragments of the bad assassin rained down on Lu Hai's head. He was indeed a gold-ranked martial artist. Your Highness is indeed intelligent. If you were to fall here, it would be a great victory for us. Ji Meiyu smiled sweetly. Her looks were not as pretty as Angelina, but her slender jade-like legs were extremely alluring. Xianxia was aware of Tang Tian's intentions. She could feel that her true power was being depleted. Tang Tian was extremely slippery. Her light shark sword did not even manage to touch his clothes. Your Highness has good eyesight to be able to recognize such an unpopular treasure. Sihan said. It belonged to the southern sky's 42 constellations, Mountain Case Constellation. Mountain Case Heavy Glove. After 12 years of refinement by the Honorable Martial Alliance, it had reached the level of a gold-ranked weapon. He still had no idea what this terrifying silver liquid was. However, after a period of time, it would automatically condense from his silver body. Once it reached the maximum amount, it would stop condensing. Tang Tian and Xianxia's silhouettes flashed in the air and collided with each other. The entire street was a mess. Xianxia swung her light shark sword and the sword aura spread over a few hundred meters. Ling Su crawled up from the ground and sat back on Flamingo's back. He spat out the mud in his mouth. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he became even more excited. Corvus Constellation's treasure, 9 Raven Cape. Andre nodded. No wonder Corvus Constellation has been declining for so long. You were the one who secretly extracted the Corvus Constellation's star power. Tang Tian quickly gained the upper hand in the battle and dodged the attacks with ease. Tang Tian is controlling the rhythm. Ayaya, I've been recognized. So scary. Xianxia's face was not serious. TSKSK, if it was the Honorable Martial Alliance, losing 5 gold-ranked martial artists at once, they would definitely feel the pain. Oh no, how could I underestimate the Honorable Martial Alliance? How rich are they? 5 gold-ranked martial artists are nothing to them. Ha! Xianxia stopped abruptly as she stared intently at Tang Tian. She then raised her light shark sword. Her hair moved even though there was no wind, and her flying fin's armor suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. There was a bloody hole in his fist. The woman in front of him was tall and slender. Her slender legs were tightly wrapped in black leather pants. Light golden spots of different sizes were scattered all over her legs, like the stripes on a giraffe. It was very beautiful. Most people would only think that this was ordinary clothing, but Andre's pupils shrank slightly. No, if this continued, it was very likely that she would fail. Tang Tian was in an unprecedented danger. He seemed to be dodging awkwardly, but his eyes were blazing with fire. He was waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Xianxia greets Her Majesty. The red-haired man greeted Angelina frivolously. Xianxia's light body technique was not as good as Tang Tian's. However, her flying fin's armor not only strengthened her light shark sword, but also allowed her to be as agile as a fish. With the help of the flying fin's armor, Xianxia was not at a disadvantage in terms of light body technique. Lu Hai knew that he was in danger. He roared and used his right palm to block the attack above his head. Lu Hai's face did not show any signs of happiness. On the contrary, his indifferent face had become ferocious. The light shark sword was indeed powerful, but Xianxia was only able to unleash the power of the sword. Her understanding of sword techniques was still shallow. Compared to Yizhaoge and Crane, they were not on the same level. Light Shark Sword, ranked 17355 on the unique board of techniques. Andre glanced at Yuan Ji, who was engaged in an intense battle. He retracted his gaze and looked at the lady in front of him. He laughed. I did not expect you to send out 3 gold-ranked martial artists. It seems like we did not give you enough pressure. Andre, Xianxia and the bat assassin surrounded the two of them in a triangle formation. The faint gold color indicated that it had undergone refinement and was slowly evolving into a gold-ranked treasure. The bald man in the shadows was surprised. In terms of strength, Tang Tian was weaker than Ji Xiaoya. However, Tang Tian had the upper hand in the battle. Tang Tian made use of his constant dodging to control Ji Xiaoya. Xianxia's laughter echoed in the hall. What was going on? She was at a loss. How did the battle develop to this stage? Tang Tian's strength was much weaker than hers. This victory should have been in the bag. A man with short red hair walked out with a grin on his face. The light shark sword was ranked much higher than the fire scythe ghost claw. Tang Tian tried to clash with it, but the light shark sword was too powerful. His fire scythe ghost claw was instantly destroyed. The difference between 1 star and 2 stars was much bigger than Tang Tian had imagined. However, Tang Tian was in a state of excitement. He was like a ferocious beast. Let's end it here. Her cold voice could be heard throughout the entire fairy city. Crush him. Shark circulation. She was an experienced fighter. She knew that there was a flaw in her state of mind. This was a sign of danger. The Immortal martial had a unique evaluation system for unique martial techniques. From 1 star to 10 stars, there were about 2,000 unique martial techniques for each star. The light shark sword was ranked 2 stars. Compared to both of Tang Tian's martial techniques, it was 1 rank higher. However, Tang Tian was not discouraged. His amazing instincts allowed him to successfully dodge. In a blink of an eye, the tables had turned. At this time, Ling Su's silver spear had arrived. Idiot, the tip of the spear just now had a drop of silver liquid congealed from his body. When this judgment appeared in her mind, she was stunned. The word failure was so glaring. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Hai's arm was like it was made of steel. It did not move an inch. It was as though the spear had pierced into a steel plate. An earth-shattering force came from the spear, causing Ling Su's vision to darken. He did not have time to react. He was sent flying with his bird. 5. Andre's face changed slightly. Then he regained his composure. That's true. I think Tang Tian and the other 2 are your targets. However, with their strength, 2 gold-ranked martial artists are more than enough. Yuan Ji is 1, so the other 2 are prepared for me. A black figure floated out like smoke. His expression was cold. He was wearing a black cape. His shoulders and arms were covered with black crows. These crows were as black as ink. Only their eyes were gold. Your Highness has summoned me. Sihan would not dare not come. A low voice came from behind him. Crane's heart trembled, but he did not panic. He held the crane sword in his hand. A familiar feeling came from his palm. The long-legged lady bowed. Honorable Martial Alliance 7th Gold Branch G, may you greets your Highness. Your Highness has guessed wrongly. It is not 3, but 5. What a strong power. Angelina was dumbstruck. He lowered his body again and chuckled softly. The excited Tang Tian was extremely sensitive. After a few rounds, he found Ji Xiaoya's weakness. The tip of the spear collided with Lu Hai's gigantic fist. Lu Hai roared, "Mountain! Since you know how to dodge, I will make sure you have nowhere to hide." The steel sword just now couldn't withstand the power of his sword at all. Before it could hurt Lu Hai, it had already disintegrated. Andre was calm. What about the other one? There's no need to hide. But the battle was not what people expected. Onyx Soul. Ji Meiyu said coldly. Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw was ranked number 19921. While his wind concealment steps was ranked number 19832. 5 gold-ranked martial artists. You have really invested a lot. Andre laughed, but his eyes suddenly became sharp. But why do you think that I do not care about my life? Feeling the strong wind above his head, Lu Hai struck with his left palm. Ji Xiaoya, who was raising her light sword, suddenly twisted her wrist and stabbed the light sword into the ground. Ding ding ding. With Ji Xiaoya at the center, a circle of light with a radius of 2,000 meters appeared on the ground. Countless white light spots the size of fingernails emerged from the ground like cherry blossoms being blown by the wind. They scattered like a school of dangerous fish, gathering and dispersing. Currently, he had 5 drops of silver liquid in his body. The bad assassin did not seem to hear it. Crackling sounds could be heard from his arms. The faint golden patterns on his arms seemed to have come alive. His arms started to emit a layer of rock luster, forming a thick rock gauntlet. Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the top of the hall. It was a masked man dressed in black and resembling a bat. The sharp white sword aura pierced Lu Hai's palm. But the steel sword in his hand could not withstand the attack and instantly broke into pieces. Crane's reaction was fast. He released the sword hilt in a flash and pressed down with his palm. With a full charge, Ling Su's aura perfectly merged into one. The burning battle intent caused the newly advanced Ling Su's spear to reach an unprecedented peak. The dazzling flying fins shattered into countless fingernail-sized light spots that floated around Ji Xiaoya's body. One of the 19 northern sky continents, Camelopardalis constellation's silver treasure, Camelopardalis striped language. This is the style of the Honorable Martial Alliance. They always think that others are fools. A cynical voice suddenly rang out. The silver transformation had already started to corrode his muscles. The light sword pierced into the ground. Ji Xiaoya's hands were empty. Crane, who had just retrieved the crane sword, felt a strong force coming towards him. He quickly retreated, but he was still hit by the strong force. His entire body flew back like an arrow. He had to retreat for more than 30 meters before he could dissipate the force. Si Han and Ji Meiyu were shocked. They did not even notice that someone was hiding in the dark. Clang. Both of them stopped talking and stared at the intense battle. The skinny man nodded. Yes, he is draining Ji Xiaoya's true power. Oh, Ji Xiaoya noticed it. Chapter 380. Dazzling rays of light shone from his 10 fingers as he strode towards Ji Xiaoya. He activated his fire scythe ghost claw and clawed at the light spots around him. A densely packed house that was riddled with holes suddenly collapsed. The snowflake-like light spots continued to penetrate through the rubble, causing the pile of rubble to become even finer. Lu Hai did not dare to stop. He continued to punch the sky with his right fist. The black figures continued to fly up into the sky. Lu Hai did not notice that all 13 figures were on the same vertical line. Lu Hai heard the long whistle of the crane above him. He was startled and subconsciously looked up. When the last light spot was destroyed, a bloodied man stood in front of Ji Xiaoya with a face full of fear and despair. Bang! How was this possible? He frantically attacked the light spots, trying his best to avoid being hit. However, he had lost a lot of blood, causing him to feel dizzy. The sound of a sword rang out. There were 3 holes in his fist. He was angry. He was not angry because he was injured, but because the mountain case heavy glove was damaged. He had spent a lot of effort on this treasure to reach where it was today. It was only a step away from becoming a gold-ranked treasure. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover from today's damage. Lu Hai was extremely proud of his strength. He had never met a martial artist who was stronger than him in terms of strength. This was his strength. He had once blasted a martial artist's body apart with a single punch. This was the first time Tang Tian had encountered such a terrifying martial technique. Although the silver-haired kid's spear technique was good, the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. Lu Hai thought that the kid would not be able to get up. He did not expect the kid to get up and continuously attack him 3 times. After receiving 3 heavy punches, even an Iron Man would have been smashed into pieces. Lu Hai did not expect the kid to charge at him even though his face was covered in blood. The palm aura flew out and expanded rapidly. It was like a wall, slamming towards the black figures. Feeling the threat of death, Lu Hai used all his strength in this attack. At such a close distance, the shockwave was enough to destroy them. I will kill you. The tip of the crane sword lit up with a sharp white aura. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the aura of the sword was condensed to a certain degree. No one had ever lasted more than 3 minutes in the circle of light. His long black hair fluttered in the air. His black eyes were as calm as water. Bang! Lu Hai's stone fist was instantly shattered. Countless rocks exploded, and Lu Hai's entire right arm exploded into pieces. Ling Su looked at Lu Hai, who had a hole in his chest. His face was covered in blood, and he sneered. He moved his silver spear lightly, and it suddenly disappeared. Ji Xiaoya watched coldly from the side. She had tried to use this method to break her shark swimming circle, but no one had ever succeeded. It was like a school of sharks. If you killed 8 or 10 of them, not only would it not make you safe, it would only attract more sharks. Ding ding ding. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Tang Tian, and her expression suddenly changed. She could vaguely see Tang Tian's crazed figure in the originally impenetrable circle of light. Idiot! The weak sword aura made Lu Hai feel like a child wielding a sword. It was not a threat to him at all. Countless sparks flashed on the palm aura. 13 figures took turns to attack the palm aura. They all used different stances to attack, and it was a dazzling sight. But at this moment, he had no time to be distracted. Both his legs were rooted to the ground, and he faced Ling Su, who was rushing towards him. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from afar. Ji Xiaoya's expression changed. It was Lu Hai. Was Lu Hai in danger? Lu Hai finally reacted. He did not care about anything else. He used one of his giant palms to protect his head, and the other to punch the crowd. Crane wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said indifferently, "Rotating sword will Crane dance." He was like a wounded beast, and his face was filled with ruthlessness. Ling Su rode on Flamingo, and like a straight line of red flames, he charged into Crane's field of vision. Lu Hai's expression changed. In a moment of desperation, he did not care about anything else, and pushed both of his palms upwards. The 13 cranes opened their eyes at the same time. Bang, he fell to the ground like a wooden stake. No, I need to end this quickly. He clapped his palms, and the tip of the sword hit the ground. With a ping sound, Crane was like a huge black crane. He opened his arms and swung away agilely. Lu Hai did not notice that Crane's eyes lit up in the air. How could this be? The black figures were like feathers, and were suddenly pushed higher into the sky. Dense explosions rang out. Tang Tian's body was covered in blood. He had become a bloody man, and a small pool of blood formed under his feet. But he continued to attack crazily, attacking the light spots around him. A voice full of sarcasm suddenly rang out. Lu Hai heard Ji Xiaoya's voice, and his heart trembled. Ji Xiaoya had actually used her killing technique. The long whistling sound suddenly stopped, and the 13 black figures in the sky brandished their swords at the same time. But there were too many light spots, and there was no way to dodge them. The figure that had not lost its momentum continued to pounce on the other figure below it. Lu Hai's talent was ordinary, and he only trained in the ordinary heavy fist technique. But to become a gold-ranked martial artist, he had created his own training method. The Honorable Martial Alliance was best at refining treasures. But no matter what Lu Hai did, the results of refining treasures were terrible. He suddenly had an idea, and borrowed some of the Onyx Soul's techniques, and implanted the Mountain Case heavy gloves into his arms. Lu Hai, who was furious, did not hold back at all. His heavy fists were unleashed to the maximum. Victory must be mine, no one can take it away from me. There was only a cold light in the sky, as bright as a star. All his struggles were futile. How is this possible? Lu Hai could not believe his eyes. The 13 figures were all real. Ji Xiaoya looked at Tang Tian indifferently as he activated his fire scythe ghost claw, and the light spots around him were getting denser. An astonishing number of light spots surged towards Tang Tian, and converged into a huge cocoon of light. Fresh blood immediately caused Tang Tian's eyes to turn red. Lu Hai, who was originally angry, became anxious. To him, Ling Su was simply unreasonable. Pu piu piu. In the next moment, his expression froze. The continuous sword hums were so dense that it was hard to distinguish them. All that could be heard was the sharp sword hums. Crane descended from the sky. The moment he landed, his legs went soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. He forcefully stabilized himself so that he did not embarrass himself. Clang, clang, clang. Is this the time? He could only dodge with all his might. But A ray of black light descended from the sky. Crane's eyes exploded with a bright light. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. A loud and clear whistle was heard, piercing through the clouds. Suddenly, Ling Su turned his bloodied face. "Hey, sissy, what was that technique called?" His flesh and treasures gradually fused together. His strength began to increase at an astonishing rate, and the speed of refining the mountain case heavy gloves also increased rapidly. As for the small problem of his body being uncoordinated, he did not care at all. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. In a short few seconds, Tang Tian's body had a few more wounds. Although the wounds were not deep, fresh blood dyed his clothes, and it looked extremely terrifying. Those tiny spots of light were dangerous and fatal. They effortlessly pierced through the house, pierced through the bronze wind chimes hanging from the eaves, and pierced through everything in his field of vision. More and more blood flowed out, and the spots of light decreased. You said it before, 13 figures. Every time their swords hit his palm aura, sparks would fly. This was definitely not an illusion. Xiaoya was at ease. Struggle, struggle, struggle. The more you struggle, the faster you will die. This rascal is crazy. Damn asshole. Kill him. A crisp explosion sound rang out. The spot of light that was hit by the fire scythe ghost claw immediately turned into a mist of light, and then disappeared. Lu Hai's throat suddenly exploded, revealing a fist-sized hole. His anger was frozen on his face, and his eyes were wide open. "Hey, I am a gold-ranked martial artist." Lu Hai was overwhelmed with shock. In his vision, the spinning black flowers suddenly collapsed. 13 black figures, like 13 floating black petals, floated towards him. He suddenly grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth that were stained with blood. He was filled with a terrifying power. Bang bang bang. No matter how many there were, whether it was 100,000 or 1,000,000, they would all be destroyed. Lu Hai had also leaped to become a gold-ranked martial artist, reaching a height that he dared not imagine before. Roars of anger could be heard from within the light spots. He was not dead yet. Destroy them. Shatter them all. He had to kill him with this punch. As long as he destroyed all of them, he would not have to dodge anymore. Clang. No matter how powerful his palm aura was, under the continuous attacks of the 13 figures, it quickly crumbled and turned into countless fragments. The circle of light became thinner. Defeat her, and you will become a gold-ranked martial artist. Tang Tian, persevere. The sharp sound of the sword resonated in Lu Hai's ears. Lu Hai, who had just calmed down, was starting to get irritated. If the Ling Su was a cockroach that could not be killed, then the crane was an annoying black fly that kept buzzing in his ears. Tang Tian's roar could be heard from within the impenetrable light spots. Tang Tian was in danger. Lu Hai calmed down, his eyes filled with killing intent. He opened up his fist and waited for Ling Su to rush forward. There was only one thought in his mind, a thought that couldn't be any simpler. Bang. That's right, I can't dodge, but why should I? 13 into 1. Not good. 13 identical black figures formed a circle, each of them pointing their swords at the center of the circle. The tips of the 13 swords were stuck together. Like a flock of large black cranes dancing in the sky, their black sleeves were swept up by the wind, unfurling and changing, like an ever-changing black flower, casting a shadow that shrouded Lu Hai's vision. Crane, who was at the highest point, suddenly opened up his arms and rushed down. He rushed to the head of the second crane without slowing down. The two of them collided, and a strange scene happened. The two living figures merged into one. Lu Hai only felt a layer of electricity running through his skin, and all the hairs on his body suddenly stood up. The 13 terrifying killing intents were like 13 sharp needles, pointing at his eyebrows. Lu Hai was in a state of madness. This is Xiaoya, who had just made up her mind, suddenly realized that something was wrong. Tang Tian had been struggling for more than 10 minutes. Buzz. Chapter 381. The training they underwent was much harsher than normal training. Suddenly, Crane became cautious. Who is it? The silver Aquarius vase was not opened. It seemed that Tu Zishan did not open the vase after picking it up. Tu Zishan waved his hands at the skinny man. Qian Xen was like this. If he were to argue with him, it would be too ungentlemanly. He turned and greeted Andre. Tu Zishan greets Your Highness Andre. All these details caused Angelina to be secretly happy. None of the gold-ranked martial artists were weak. The skinny man did not have any expression on his face, but he was shocked. The hall master was not arrogant normally, but he rarely looked up to anyone. The three of them were not bad, but it was not enough for the hall master to be so passionate about them. Qian Xian's face disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. I have never heard of them. The fire scythe ghost claw pierced through her chest. Angelina, who was at the corner, was ecstatic. Andre's strength was too strong, to the point that she felt suffocated. Originally, she was already in despair. If Andre had any conditions, she would not be able to reject him. I am sorry, I cannot make the decision. Crane replied politely. This is too shocking. Andre forced himself to calm down. Tu Zishan laughed. Your Highness is wrong, I was not the one who attacked. Andre tried to probe. Does Hall Master Tu have a relationship with the three of them? Before he left, Tu Zishan turned to Crane. I will be staying at the Fairy Inn for a period of time. Inform me when you guys are done. Whether it is successful or not, it is fate. Don't worry about it. All right, their injuries are not light. Everyone, let's not disturb them. Tu Zishan said. Interfere? Qian Xen laughed coldly. The higher-ups want it. The competition was a bit more brutal. Although more people died, only then would powerful experts emerge. Not only us, the Honorable Martial Alliance is the same. The 13 gold branches are much more brutal than the 12 ecliptic palaces. We are different from you guys. However, although the gold branches and Spirit Hall had great power, they could not directly interfere with the local affairs. The authority of the local affairs was mainly in the hands of the clan elders, and the benefits were divided among the big clans. Crane. Tu Zishan laughed and said, Your Highness, you have a good plan. The Honorable Martial Alliance has suffered a great loss this time. 5 gold-ranked martial artists is enough for them to suffer for a while. We are not hostile. The others were stunned. The scrawny man snorted coldly and glanced at the unconscious Tang Tian and Ling Su. Tu Zishan smiled and said, What do you think? The atmosphere in the 7th Divine Hall is pretty good. There's nothing messy here. We have over 100 unique martial techniques in our palace. We will definitely be able to find one suitable for you to train in. If he didn't have it, it was fine too. He could just find another hall to exchange for it. You don't have to worry about anything else. Her body fell heavily into the soil, and her eyes gradually lost their light. The skinny man's face turned cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Qian Xen was a member of the 5th Soul Palace, yet he dared to speak to the palace master so frivolously. He was simply tired of living. If there was only one buyer, she would definitely be taken advantage of. But with 2 buyers, her situation would change drastically. Furthermore, she was meticulous. Although Qian Xian and Tu Zishan were from the Onyx Soul, they did not seem to be on the same side. After leaving, Andre, Qian Xian and the rest walked together. Andre understood what Qian Xian meant by, you guys. He was referring to the constellations. Tang Tian and the other 2 killed 2 gold-ranked martial artists. They definitely had the qualifications to be on the same level as Andre. Plop, plop. He did not expect the Onyx Soul to have such an upright person. Crane praised him in his heart and nodded his head. All right. The 3 of them looked at each other. Tu Zishan immediately reacted and slapped his shiny forehead. That's right, that's right. The structure of the Honorable Martial Alliance and the Onyx Soul were very similar. Tu Zishan's words were heard by the rest. Qian Xen and the rest were suspicious, while Andre laughed bitterly. Since Tu Zishan had said those words, he could not make things difficult for the 3 of them. If not, he would become Tu Zishan's enemy. Andre suspected that Tu Zishan's words were a warning to them. They had seen the battle between Tang Tian and Yi Zhaogu. No matter how much the 3 of them improved, It was impossible for them to kill two gold-ranked martial artists. Especially for Tang Tian, it was too absurd for him to kill a gold-ranked martial artist alone. Hence, even though Yi Zhaogu was famous in Qiushan, in the eyes of Chen Xian and the rest, he was just a little kid. Such magnanimity was admirable. Crane could not help but have a good impression of him. He nodded his head and thanked Tu Zishan. On behalf of Tang Tian, I thank Tu Zishan. When he entered, he saw Lu Hai lying on the ground. He was dead. Andre was dumbfounded. He did not expect that the internal structure of the onyx soul would be so messy. Blood flowed like a river. The golden-haired young man was the most eye-catching. The rest of them were covered in wounds. It was obvious that they had been through a tough battle. Angelina was also in the middle of the group, but she was alone. But what was different? But when it came from Tu Zishan, no one dared to doubt him. But was it so easy to kill a gold-ranked martial artist? Tang Tian mustered his remaining strength and ran towards Ling Su and Crane. When he appeared in the manner with his body covered in blood, Ling Su and Crane were shocked. He was an intelligent person and understood Andre's intention. He laughed bitterly. Your Highness, you might not know this, but we, the Onyx Soul's 9 halls, do not belong to each other. Our relationship with the 7th hall is not bad. If it was the 2nd hall, blood would have flowed like a river. It's nothing much. Tu Zishan did not care. I said I'll stab you to death. Ling Su, whose face was covered in blood, said arrogantly. That was impossible. Andre was shocked by Tu Zishan's identity. The Hall Master of the Onyx Soul Hall was equivalent to the commanders of the Leo constellation's armies. Even someone as respectable as Andre did not dare to neglect him. He immediately replied, to be able to meet the Hall Master, it is Andre's honor. Crane did not let his guard down, but he pretended to be relaxed. That's right, there is no conflict of interest between us. Don't the higher-ups care about this? Andre was in disbelief. The highest authority was the Elder Group. The Honorable Martial Alliance had 13 Honorable Martial Elders that formed the Elder Group, while the Onyx Soul had 7 Onyx Elders that formed the Onyx Soul Council. Andre could tell that Tu Zishan was trying to protect the 3 of them. It would be foolish to offend Tu Zishan at such a time. He laughed. It's good that everyone is safe. We need to rest too. Even until her death, Ji Xiaoya could not understand how there could be such a crazy person in the world. A person covered in blood was showing his white teeth. Was he smiling? Tu Zishan was a man of his words. He never lied. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock. They looked at Crane and the other 2 with shock and disbelief. Although Chen Xen was a frivolous person, they knew Tu Zishan well. If Tu Zishan said that, then it must be true. Tu Zishan looked at everyone's expressions with interest. He pointed at Lu Hai, who was lying on the ground. When I arrived, he was already dead. As for Ji Xiaoya, she was killed by Tang Tian alone. However, he ran too fast. He did not even have time to collect the loot. I helped him find it and handed it over to Brother Crane. Chen Xen was shocked. He quickly waved his hands. Hey, Hall Master, the 5th and 7th halls are brothers. The red-haired Chen Xen whistled. With Hall Master 2 here, we have wasted our time. I am a gold-ranked martial artist. Tang Tian, who was covered in blood, boasted proudly. Andre, Chen Xen and the Bat Assassin worked together to kill 2 gold-ranked martial artists. All of them were injured to varying degrees. Now that they heard that Tang Tian and the other 2 killed 2 gold-ranked martial artists, did that mean that Tang Tian and the other 2 were as strong as the 3 of them? Andre seemed to have caught onto something. 2 people walked out from the corner. Then he threw a silver Aquarius vase at Crane. Andre replied humbly, if not for Hall Master's help, it would be hard to say the result. According to their intelligence, even if Tang Tian and the other 2 worked together, they would not be able to kill a gold-ranked martial artist. Yi Zhaogu and the rest were famous, but they were still too young. Although they had great potential, they were still far from being comparable to a gold-ranked martial artist. Crane was after all from a prestigious family, and his understanding of these things was far more than Tang Tian and Ling Su. He did not expect the bald man to be a hall master of the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall. Crane was surprised. The Spirit Hall was equivalent to the gold branch of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The difference was that the Honorable Martial Alliance had 13 gold branches, while the Spirit Hall only had 9. Crane suddenly looked at the door. A group of people appeared in his vision. After a while, he regained his senses. It can't be that bad. Regardless of whether it was the gold branch of the Honorable Martial Alliance or the Spirit Hall of the Onyx Soul, they had strict rules and were extremely closed off. Outsiders did not know much about them. Another point was that the gold branch and the Spirit Hall had the same rules. If a family's disciple wanted to enter, he had to sign a martial spirit contract and cut off all ties with the family. The bald man smiled. I will not talk nonsense. I would like to invite the 3 of you to join the Onyx Soul. I am the Hall Master of the 7th Onyx Soul Hall, Tu Zishan. Different, the 2 of them were like 2 blocks of wood. They fell to the ground and fainted. Qian Exen waved his hand and said helplessly, the hatred between us and the 2nd Hall is enough to write an entire history of the Onyx Soul. Of course, the 7th Hall has their nemesis, the 3rd Hall. Let's not talk about the past. 2 of the 3rd Hall's Vice Hall Masters died in the hands of Tu Zishan. Many of the 7th Hall's men died in the hands of the 3rd Hall as well. A bald man raised his hands and said, we are from the Onyx Soul. Although we had some misunderstandings in the past, these misunderstandings have passed. There is no conflict of interest between us. The Gold Branch belonged to the Elders' Judgment Team, while the Spirit Hall belonged to the Dark Parliament. Regardless of whether it was the Gold Branch or the Spirit Hall, they had a high status. They did not need to accept orders from anyone other than the Elders' Judgment Team or the Dark Parliament. Usually, the decision-making was in the hands of the Branch Master and the Hall Master. Chapter 382. In such a short period of time, he actually became so much stronger. That's right, that's right. Tang Tian was pleased with himself, just short of writing, I am very powerful, on his face. Chen Zilin had a deep understanding of the unique martial techniques. In his eyes, behind those dry and dull names, was a magnificent era and a hero's glory. As for the other martial techniques, Chen Zilin's reaction was indifferent. If he were to disregard these 2 martial techniques, the only one that could be considered as outstanding would probably be the wind concealment steps. As expected, killing the gold-ranked martial artists was not in vain. Tang Tian was elated. Chen Zilin stared at the unique slate, somewhat in a daze. In the short span of a few months, there were already over 73 types of unique martial techniques that were lit up. He had been guarding the unique slate for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a situation. Chen Zilin was extremely familiar with all kinds of data, and this ratio was very normal. Tang Tian's reputation in Andromeda City was something that everyone did not expect. Carefully keeping it in the silver Aquarius cabinet, Tang Tian's gaze landed on the unique spirit card. Tang Tian followed behind Bing, looking around and exclaiming out, wow, uncle, this place has changed a lot. Did you clean it? Number 07 Army Barracks seemed to be brand new. Previously it was like a wasteland. Oh, not like, it was a wasteland. But now it was still the bronze forest, but all the buildings were clean, and the copper rust that had formed over the years had disappeared. Oh, unique spirit card. Spoils of war. Tang Tian's eyes stared straight, and he crawled up. The war had just begun. The most eye-catching was a pair of gold-ranked gloves and a unique spirit card. And the Cosmic Point Spear, its origin was the Oblivion Spear, which was also a 4-star unique martial technique, and also a terrifying martial technique. Tang Tian's heart could not help but tremble. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Just these 3 spoils made Tang Tian feel extremely satisfied. They were all things that money could not buy. One could imagine Bing had spent a lot of effort on this. The only regret was that no one practiced the hammer technique, so this unique card could only be left unused. The amount of loot was beyond Tang Tian's imagination, especially Lu Hai's collection. Tang Tian was overjoyed. Lu Hai only had 2 items in his collection, a variety of gloves and a unique spirit card. No matter how you looked at it, These two numbers were not eye-catching among the 20,000 unique martial skills on the unique slate. However, Chen Zilin knew that these two martial skills were extraordinary. He didn't care. "Tiske, what a rare guest," Bing said eccentrically. His poker face looked unkind. Tang Tian was not interested in Lu Hai's other collections. Qilin Gauntlets. Originated from one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, Qilin Constellation. It was completely gold in color and shone with an enchanting luster. The gauntlet looked like it was covered in scales. There were horns on the gauntlet, and a dignified and ferocious aura enveloped the entire room. He muttered in his heart. He was extremely familiar with the ancient records of immortal martial. Every time there was chaos, the number of unique martial skills on the unique slate would increase exponentially. This was the rule of the unique slate. Number 07 Army Camp. Uncle must have a lot of feelings for this place, Tang Tian said. When everyone talked about Chen Zilin after a meal, they would often say, "This kind of person will probably guard the slate for the rest of his life." Wawa. Golden Gauntlet. Tang Tian kept all the other items and entered the cross door with the unique spirit card. It was not a good thing to have two companions who treated money like dirt. There was no joy or excitement at all. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. The simple and unadorned army camp looked like it had been reborn. In the suicide room, Tang Tian thought about his previous experience and shivered. Compared to Lu Hai, Ji Xiaoya's collection was much less interesting. However, that Thunder Radiance hammer made Tang Tian's eyes light up. Unique spirit card. Bing's footsteps paused for a moment. Then he acted as though he did not hear anything and said, "You are lucky. Although there are many places in the army camp that have not been repaired, there are a few places that are suitable for you to train in. It's a pity that you destroyed the suicide room. If not, you could have done it again." Tang Tian wiped the saliva off his mouth. His eyes regained their clarity and his face fell. The appearance of these two martial techniques made Chen Zilin very interested and excited. Tang Tian thought about it. It seemed like he had not been here for a long time. He was embarrassed, but when the words came out of his mouth, it immediately became boastful. "Ha, Uncle Bing, let me tell you something amazing. I killed a gold-ranked martial artist." When he was bored, he did a ranking of the unique martial techniques of the 4 stars. These two martial techniques were the top 10 strongest martial techniques of the 4 stars. Bing nodded seriously. "It is very suitable for demolition." His body was covered with bandages, making him look like a mummy. This was done by Ling Su. No one was better than Ling Su when it came to bandaging. However, Tang Tian's injuries were not serious. The wounds were not deep, but the number was frightening. The battle between Tang Tian and Ji Xiaoya was witnessed by almost everyone in the city. The gold-ranked treasures were full of intelligence. In order to control it, one must first tame it. With Tang Tian's current strength, he would not be able to control it. This Qilin gauntlet was prepared by Lu Hai for the future. Although he did not let Tang Tian off, he could not help but secretly observe the qi that Tang Tian's body was releasing caused him to be secretly shocked. "I don't want to join either," Ling Su said straightforwardly. Bing noticed Tang Tian's expression and immediately became happy. Speaking of which, although the suicide room is scary, it has a high death rate. However, if you are talking about pain, it is nothing. There are many training courses that will let you understand that when the pain reaches a certain level, death is nothing. "Oh, it is indeed powerful," Tang Tian agreed. "Join Onyx Soul?" Tang Tian shook his head like a rattle drum. "I don't want to join." Crane Sword Wheel originated from Death Sword Dance, which was a 4-star unique martial technique. It was very scary. Before Crane left, he pointed at the silver Aquarius cabinet beside Tang Tian. Crane Sword Wheel. 2 stars, number 17226. Out of the 73 unique martial techniques that were lit, 3 were rated as 3 stars, 15 were rated as 2 stars, and 55 were rated as 1 star. Tang Tian was long used to Uncle Bing's sarcasm and ridicule and was not angry. He laughed and said, "Uncle, I got 2 unique spirit cards, and one of them is suitable for me." 1,000-cleave demonic fist, how is it? It sounds powerful, right? In fact, it was much harder for a new martial technique to enter the list than a lost martial technique. However, this unique martial technique was suitable for Tang Tian. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was fierce and powerful, but it did not have many variations. Tang Tian urgently needed a martial technique that could allow him to have more attacking methods. There was a period of time when Wang Lin was obsessed with researching the essential differences between unique martial skills and non-unique martial skills. He had once spent a lot of time researching those unique martial skills that had the qualifications to become unique martial skills. The Wind Concealment Steps was one of them. On the contrary, when everyone heard that the Honorable Martial Alliance had lost 4 gold-ranked martial artists, it made everyone excited. Naturally, no one could see the battle in the Fairy Palace. Crane and Ling Su's battle with Lu Hai was also not seen by many. Fairy City regained its peace. Although the battle was intense, but to the citizens who had experienced the explosion of the Fairy Palace, it was not enough to make them panic. However, it had nothing to do with Wang Lin. He was just a disciple on duty at the unique slate. In everyone's eyes, he was a strange person with a cold personality who spent all day doing meaningless and worthless research. Point Star Spear. 2 stars, number 16894. And then you were beaten up by a gold-ranked martial artist? Bing mocked. Since when did killing a gold-ranked martial artist become something to be proud of? I thought you killed a Saint Ranker. However, recently, unique martial techniques had appeared frequently. Wang Lin was already numb to it, and did not feel anything. It was not only him, the entire Immortal Martial was numb to it. Furthermore, due to the instability of the law and order, the Immortal Martial's information system was also affected, and it became harder to get information back. 20,000 unique martial techniques, most of them were independent and not related to each other. However, there were some unique martial techniques that had deep connections with each other. It was Tang Tian's first time seeing a real gold-ranked star treasure. His eyes were glued to it, and traces of saliva could be seen at the corner of his mouth. 1,000-cleave demonic hand, 2 stars. This was an extremely unique technique. The technique was known for its variations. The so-called technique referred to the fact that there were no fixed techniques. It could be used with fingers or palms, and could be changed as one wished. 1,000-cleave demonic hand, emphasized on the word dismantle. It could dismantle tens of thousands of techniques, and there were many variations. It could be soft or hard, and it could be used to find a way to win. Tang Tian, seems like everyone has the same opinion. Crane seemed to have predicted their decision, and was not surprised. Then I'll go and reply to Tu Zishan. Don't let him wait too long. Oh right, that's the spoils of war. But very quickly, the room was filled with his excited cheers. This fellow, unlike the Qilin gauntlets, Lu Hai did not care much for this 2-star unique martial technique. After thinking about it, Tang Tian was relieved. Lu Hai was a fist technique martial artist, and this technique was not suitable for him. The reason why he kept it was probably to see if he could exchange it with someone else in the future. Of course, the chaos of the world would make it harder to gather information, but it would also make the information more valuable. The morale of the entire Immortal Martial was high. Cleaning. Bing's poker face twitched. Idiot, this is repairing. Repairing is a very difficult and technical task. Chaotic times? Immortal Martial. But among the data, what caught his attention was not the 3 3-star unique martial techniques, but the 2 2-star unique martial techniques, Crane's Wheel of Swords and Cosmic Spear, because the former represented creation and the latter represented inheritance. Gold-ranked martial artist? Bing was startled. Ling Su was not interested in these things. He left and said, I'm going to train, don't bother me if there's nothing important. Chapter 383. After saying that, he then realized, shouldn't he be the one asking that question? He tried to make up for it. Hey, who are you? That's right, it's also a C. Tang Tian was reminded, and immediately remembered. You said it before, it's something called the Exiled Ocean. Bing, who could not stand Tang Tian, left in anger, of course. Before leaving, he did not forget to take the unique hammer technique spirit card. Amidst the dazzling sparks, the pair of white slender palms seemed to have some sort of magic, bringing along an indescribable rhythm. The 10 fingers were like flowing water, continuously striking Tang Tian's 10 fingers. The ocean of peace is where I belong. My battle spirit is at peace. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will never know the importance of respecting your instructors. Bang bang bang. He stood up and walked out. The man was dressed in a gray martial artist robe. His face was clear and skinny, around 40 years old. His gray pupils gave him an indescribable gloominess. His arms hung naturally by his side. His fingers were long and snow-white. Bing's gaze was far away, looking at the breathtakingly beautiful sea, and said, "The army has 4 seas, the exiled ocean, the indigo mirror ocean, the prairie blazing ocean, and the ocean of peace." An intense sense of danger enveloped his mind. Without thinking, the fire scythe ghost claw brazenly attacked. "Just throw the unique spirit card into the sea." Tang Tian threw the unique spirit card into the sea in anticipation. Bing's expression twitched. All right, to be calculative with this fool, he was truly too stupid. He acted as though he did not hear anything, and was about to continue. "For you?" The middle-aged man suddenly asked. The weird thing was, his own finger force did not trigger anything. Tang Tian scratched his chin, as though he was shocked. After a while, he pointed to the indigo mirror ocean. "Uncle, is the water in the sea drinkable?" "It's so beautiful." Tang Tian muttered. The scenery in front of him was filled with dreamy colors. Behind the small door, how can there be a sea? He thought about this question for a very long time, until finally he found an answer. It must be the commander and the rest who hoped that he could pass on the Southern Cross Army. Tang Tian was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Bing thought of many people, thought of many things. The lingering smoke was like the clouds of the past, slowly brushing past him. His agile and slender arms were like 2 intertwining snakes, and he seized the opportunity to enter the middle of the palace. Outside Lan Jing's room, Bing leaned on the door, took out a cigarette from nowhere, and clumsily lit it. The acrid taste of tobacco rushed up his throat, and he coughed violently. The surface of the sea became as smooth as a mirror again. The man stood quietly on the surface of the lake, his gray eyes sizing up Tang Tian. "It's so clean. I really want to drink it." Tang Tian licked his lips. The smoke had burned out, and he seemed to wake up from a dream. Why was he the only one alive? Bing did not doubt that Tang Tian's future achievements would be much higher than his, and Tang Tian was destined to walk the path of an ultimate martial artist. He couldn't think of a second reason. The sounds of magnetic collisions between the 2 sides were dense and light. The dazzling sparks quickly dimmed in the repeated collisions. Plop, Tang Tian's gaze was slack as he fell into the sea, and the water flowed in reverse. "Little guy, you want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced." That must be it. Tang Chao's lectures had given him a lot of inspiration. A man floated up from the sea. Bing's ideals were different from Tang Tian's. The first military general academy in the history of Lupus Constellation, the Sky Marshal Wolf Academy, started to recruit students from the outside world. Bing's voice seemed to have passed through time and space, and floated around the indigo mirror ocean. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Bing finally exploded and roared, "Scram!" Slowly he started to get used to the smell. He leaned against the door and quietly smoked. The blurry figure on the surface of the unique spirit card suddenly floated out slowly. "Sweet. Hey, Uncle, you haven't told me how to cultivate unique martial techniques in the indigo mirror ocean." Compared to Tang Tian's ideals, Bing's was much smaller. To rebuild the Southern Cross Army. To him, if the Southern Cross Army was not a mechanical army, then it would still be the Southern Cross Army. An army's inheritance was not about the number of strong martial artists, nor the number of mechanical engineers, but the inheritance of faith. Wow, so mystical. He was not in a rush to throw the unique spirit card into the spirit hall. He was clear that to build an army, the most important thing was the people, and not the martial spirit. Luckily, at least he had the fool. Tang Chao's plan to attack Fornax constellation had been submitted for a few days, and even Bing had to admit, the plan was done very well and the success rate was very high. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw's finger power could be triggered at any time, and as long as there was a slight contact, it would immediately be triggered. Just now, Tang Tian dared to guarantee that he would definitely have touched the opponent's palm. This is called the Indigo Mirror Room, and every Indigo Mirror Room leads to the ocean. Although martial artists were the strongest in this era, he still stubbornly wanted to build a mechanical army. The Sea of Exile is an endless prison and will forever imprison sinners. Tang Tian quickly activated his true power, and his fingertips exploded with light, like a beautiful firework, whistling towards the opponent's palm. With a unique spirit card, it would be of great help to his plan. Using the spirit hall in the barracks, there was a high chance that he could obtain a strong enough spirit military leader. Although Ink City could not directly enter Fornax constellation, but it could pass through Eridanus constellation and then enter Fornax constellation. If the speed was fast enough and the attack was sudden enough, the possibility of conquering it in a short period of time was very high. Enjoy your wonderful life, I'm really looking forward to it. This guy hated failure so much, was so brave and fearless, and so hardworking and tolerant. Every time Zhou hit Tang Tian's finger, it would remove a portion of his true power. Tang Tian felt that the true power in his fingers was like a deflated balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced by more than half. If you want to train in unique martial techniques, there is no place more suitable than this. The originally gray figure slowly became brighter, and different colors appeared. His flat body inflated like a balloon. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment, and vaguely felt that something was wrong, and subconsciously replied, I am Tang Tian. Hey, shouldn't I be the one saying that? This sea is the Indigo Mirror Sea. At this time, Tang Tian realized that the opponent's palm had once again entered the attack range of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. He was overjoyed. Let's see how you escape this time. Hey. Tang Tian did not have time to defend himself, and only saw a gray figure enter his vision. Tang Tian's heart trembled, so fast. The sapphire blue sea was calm without a single ripple, like a huge mirror, extending from the door to the edge of the horizon, as far as the eye could see. The sky hung low, as though it was within reach, and the soft white clouds quietly stopped there, casting their reflections on the surface of the sea, just like a large-size cotton candy. He had already started to get used to the loneliness of being alone for 10,000 years, used to the vast and empty camp, used to the memories of the ruins. If the commander was still here, he would definitely like this fool, Bing thought. How could it be like this? Tang Tian's face was in pain, and his entire body flew out. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly realized that the opponent was following him like a shadow. He had always been vexed that he did not have any helpers. Since it was like that, then he might as well groom himself. Although this process was slow, but the benefits to the future were real. Countless of hands once again blossomed like flowers, filling up Tang Tian's vision. Bang! The smoke was what he found when he was cleaning the barracks. He remembered it was left behind by Akai. In the army, only he, the old smoker, would spend so much money to build a smokehouse. At that time, he remembered that Akai had said proudly that even after 10,000 years, the cigarettes inside would still be safe and sound. After that, they were quickly transferred to other places, and Akai's smokehouse was mocked by everyone for a long time. Bing on Tang Tian saw the shadow of the commander. The Prairie Fire Sea is the place where energy is born, where tens of thousands of spirits are born. Tang Tian's vision blurred. Suddenly, in his vision, countless of hands blossomed like flowers, immediately messing up his rhythm. He felt his fingers touching the opponent's palm, but before he could release his true power, his fingertips were empty. Behind Bing was a square door. This door was square without any decorations. Bing pushed the door open, and Tang Tian could not help but exclaim, Pa pa pa! Tang Tian was hit by countless of whips, his body trembling like a sieve. The Indigo Mirror Ocean is the boundary between reality and illusion, the place of purification. Tang Tian's voice came out from behind. Furthermore, he had a completely sealed experimental field, which was Lupus Constellation. Before he finished speaking, Tang Tian had already lost sight of the opponent. He could do whatever he wanted here, and there would not be any restrictions. Will it be very salty? Tang Tian muttered to himself, eager to try. Thousand Hands Demon Lord Zhou. The middle-aged man said coldly, then let me see your strength. Bing, who was immersed in the glory of the past, was stunned. Tang Tian was surprised to find that the door had disappeared, and he was surrounded by the sea. Bing closed the door. The unique card sunk into the sea, but strangely, there were no ripples on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, the unique card became as bright as a lamp. The sparkling and translucent seawater was like a jewel, reflecting the light of the unique card. It was time to work. He did not know what the commander was thinking when he smoked like this in the past. His poker face, which was illuminated by the cigarette, exposed a warm smile. The feeling of emptiness in his fingers made Tang Tian feel unspeakably uncomfortable. But this fellow was a bootlicker. The commander's cigarettes were personally made by him. Behind the door was actually the sea. Maybe Tang Tian did not know what his future would be like, but Bing was full of confidence in him. Tang Tian shouted every day, go to Southern Cross Constellation, find Xie, find the answer, but Bing saw a strong martial artist on Tang Tian's body. Bing's poker face exposed a sinister aura, and his tone was normal. Oh, just throw the unique card into the sea. Bing was in a daze and reminisced, do you still remember the place where you found me? Chapter 384. A training base that could accommodate 3,000 people did not need to be too big. Using their previous underground training base as the main body, it was expanded. There were only 30,000 people left in the second round of the test. Alan felt a rush of hot blood to his head. These two words seemed to possess some sort of divine power. The academy was a place where only the rich could enter. There were powerful martial artists and famous teachers there. In his heart, the academy must be a heavenly place. With young Tang's intelligence, how could he think of such a powerful move? The energy concentration of Lupus Constellation was extremely thin, and there had never been any strong martial artists. The worrying thing was that the consumption of star stones was simply like flowing water. It would be worth it to die for such a king. Bing was extremely excited. It was his first time encountering such a fiery scene. Bing had already strictly limited the age of the applicants. Only 12 to 14 years old were allowed to sign up, but even so, the number of applicants had already reached 3 million. That also meant that close to 90% of the youths in Lupus Constellation were here to register. Who would have thought that instead of conscription, they would recruit students? Of course, to Uncle Bing, who would not wake up early without benefits, he felt that this move could not be any better. The spectacle of the various registration points caused the Bing who started it to be dumbstruck. The 5 polar domains fluctuated between 10% and 20%. There wasn't before, but there is now. Depring said, the Wolf King has just built it. It only accepts 12 to 14 years old. The tuition fee is completely free, and there is a monthly subsidy of 150 star coins. 150 star coins, that's enough to feed a family. Academies. Bang, the courtyard door was pushed open heavily, smashing against the wall at the side, making a terrible clanging sound. Alan was glad that he had reinforced the door the last time he repaired it. Otherwise, he would have to repair it again. The Sky Wolf Martial Academy is recruiting students. Depring said excitedly. This guy definitely wouldn't knock. The rock rushed in like a gust of wind. Lunzun. In the entire Lupus Constellation, there were only 3 academies, and the exorbitant fees were not something that the poor could hope for. Alan had a helpless look on his face. What's so urgent? And this was only the consumption of the energy hall. In the daily training, the training of true power was just one of the basic subjects. Spirit cards, mechanical spirit weapons. Fortunately, these youths of the Lupus tribe were all very diligent. Diligence might not make you a top-notch martial artist, but it could at least make you a decent martial artist. The reason why they were weak was because they did not receive systematic training, and because of the thin energy in Lupus constellation. He had always been waiting for the Wolf King's conscription. The hardships of life had long since taught him that there would always be a balance between receiving and giving. For this awakening potion, he was willing to be conscripted. The lives of the Lupus constellation people were like grass. It was normal for them to risk their lives for a bag of rations, not to mention a portion of awakening medicine. Bing's rich experience was showing its value at this moment. In the past, when the Southern Cross Army recruited new soldiers, it was the same. He quickly formulated a few low-level preliminary test standards and quickly issued them. Sky Marshal Wolf Academy? Lin gulped down a mouthful of water. Don't talk nonsense, there is no Sky Marshal Wolf Academy in Lupus constellation. There had never been a Wolf King who was so benevolent. It seemed that every time he tossed and turned, the final situation would always be too big for him to handle. The youths of the Lupus tribe had never experienced such dense energy before. All of them greedily cultivated with all their might, not even needing the soldiers to urge them. In other constellations, youths of this age would usually enter an academy to study, but in Lupus constellation, the majority of the youths would already be working at this age. The Lupus tribe were simple and honest. To them, Tang Tian was someone who truly treated them well, and serving Tang Tian was the greatest wish of the majority of the youths. But he did not truly understand the poverty of Lupus constellation. To countless of the Lupus tribe, this portion of awakening medicine would profoundly change their fate. When the Million Awakening Medicine Project was first announced, Lin did not believe it at all. Only when the awakening medicine was sent to his house, did he then understand that it was all true. The difference in energy concentration of 1%, the difference in training results would be extremely huge. Because training was a process of accumulating over time, the difference of 1% in 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years would cause a huge difference. Bing only reflected for 3 seconds, then decided to throw the problem to the side and let the crazy young man torment himself. Lin had long decided if the Wolf King called for him, he would definitely go. To judge whether a constellation was rich or poor, the most important indicator was the energy concentration. After the blood meridians awakened, Lin's strength had a qualitative leap. And there were a few extremely intelligent fellows who were extremely good military generals. Bing secretly paid attention to them. This was a terrifying number, and Bing understood the meaning behind this number. Bing had a guilty conscience. Remote, impoverished, backward, this was the true portrayal of Lupus constellation. Tang Tian completely did not know what kind of effect the last time he threw out 1,000,000 portions of awakening medicine would have on him. In truth, he already did not remember this matter. To him, it was not a big deal. After a rough calculation, Bing realized, if Sky Marshal Wolf Academy maintained its current scale, and maintained a relatively high standard of training, the annual expenditure would be at least 10 billion. The Energy Hall's daily expenditure would reach 5 million star coins. In a month, it would be 150 million star coins, and in a year, it would be around 2 billion star coins. This incident had a huge impact on Bing. The Million Awakening Medicine Project, that he thought was ridiculous and boring, actually contained such a shocking amount of energy. Sexton's constellation was the smallest constellation of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Even if it was placed in the southern sky or northern sky, it was still a small constellation. But its dense energy made it one of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Sexton's constellation itself did not produce anything, and all the resources had to be bought from other constellations. But this did not affect its prosperity, as countless of martial artists flocked in. Sexton's constellation gradually became a training base that was open to the public, and there were all sorts of training facilities that were extremely complete. And the final round of testing, only 3,000 people were left. Lupus constellation's energy concentration was extremely low, and ranked at the bottom of the southern sky's 42 constellations, the concentration of energy in the air was only 1%. The southern sky constellation's strongest concentration was 5%. This was a sealed hall that could accommodate 3,000 people, and the energy concentration inside was 30 times that of the outside, reaching the energy concentration of an equatorial palace hall. The energy clothes were too expensive to manufacture, and the energy rooms required a huge amount of energy. Bing and Sai lay discussed for a long time, and finally completed a brand new design, the energy hall. The simple initial test eliminated close to 90% of the people, leaving behind only 300,000 people. But this number still far exceeded what Bing could bear. Rock bricks were the only product of Green Rock Village, and almost all of the villagers relied on it to survive. The sales of the rock bricks were very ordinary, and everyone could barely make ends meet. So, when Sky Wolf Martial Academy started to recruit students, the situation almost went out of control. Constellations with high energy concentration, even if they did not produce anything, would attract martial artists like ducks. Because the energy concentration directly determined the martial artist's training speed, and the most typical example was Sexton's constellation, one of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Since ancient times, Lupus constellation was the poorest constellation in Heaven's Road, because it was too barren and desolate, and foreign martial artists were too lazy to occupy it. Only the persevering and hard-working Lupus constellation could survive in this desolate place. In a short span of a week, over 600,000 people signed up, and by the second week, the number had already risen to 1,700,000. The establishment of Sky Wolf Martial Academy caused a huge reaction in Lupus constellation. Bing was extremely excited. The strength of the 3,000 people was extremely low, but he did not mind. Picking out 3,000 out of the 3 million people, 1 out of 1,000, all of these youths' talents were outstanding among their peers. As long as a martial artist had ambition, he would choose constellations with high energy concentration. Without saying a word, Alun rushed out. Bing could not understand, but he decided to carry on with the plan. The awakening medicine was cheap to them, but to the citizens of Lupus constellation, it could change their lives. As long as they were nurtured carefully and provided with sufficient conditions, their strength would soar. Alun. The northern sky constellation's concentration was between 5% to 10%. With this guy here, I can't do anything. Alun patted off the stone powder on his body. Although he was only 12 years old, his physique was already much sturdier than the average youth. His bulging muscles looked extremely robust. In front of him, there were many rough rock bricks, and his job was to cut them smooth. Alun was one of the beneficiaries of the Million Awakening Medicine Plan. If it was in the past, he would never have dared to imagine that one day his blood meridians would awaken. In the past, to awaken blood meridians required the awakening blood spring, and the awakening blood spring was in the hands of the big powerhouses. The big powerhouses used the awakening blood spring to amass wealth, and the price was not something that ordinary people could afford. But the key was the training of true power. The energy in Lupus constellation was too thin, and the growth of true power was extremely slow. To speed it up, it required additional energy. The Ecliptic Palace constellation's energy concentration was at least 50% and above, and the Overlord Leo constellation's energy concentration was as high as 72%, which was an extremely terrifying number. No one had ever done such a thing before, and Tang Tian's prestige in Lupus constellation had reached an unprecedented height. Those tribes that were originally afraid of Tang Tian's power and influence were now completely convinced. The 10 equatorial palace halls' energy concentration fluctuated between 20% to 40%. Like Sexton's constellation, its energy concentration reached an astonishing 33%. Why were the low-level constellations unable to retain strong martial artists? Was because the energy concentration was too thin. It was as if he had unknowingly created a big hole. Lupus King built it? Alun was startled. He put down the teacup, his face revealing a look of respect. A series of shouts and squeals came from outside the courtyard. Alan helplessly stopped. When would the rock change his fiery temper? That would be great. Hurry up, don't be late. Depeng immediately reminded, and then said proudly, I have already registered. Bing was happy and worried. Chapter 385. Indigo Mirror Ocean? Not a bad name. Thousand Hands Demon Lord muttered to himself. If you meet him in the future, you must be careful. Seventh Brother's expression was solemn. His desire to win is very strong. I have never seen a martial artist with such a strong desire to win. Zhang Ming he rushed forward and grabbed Seventh Brother's neck and shook him. I told you to read, I told you to read. Thousand Hands Demon Lord retracted his gaze and turned his face. Tangdan, do you want to learn the Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand? Especially when he heard Tang Tian proudly boasting about himself as a godlike young lad, the Thousand Hands Devil Lord could not help but reveal a smile. Ling Su is fun, Little Crane is fun too. But he is more cunning than Ling Su. Ha, I have already seen through them. Housefly Cow is also very strong. Wait till he masters the Wild Earth Blade, then we can fight again. Alright. Tang Tian, who was at a loss, agreed. After interacting with him, he felt that Thousand Hands Demon Lord was not a bad person. At a faster speed, he fell back and fell into the water with a splash. We, the Honorable Martial Alliance, have stood at the top of the clouds for too long. We have forgotten what the world is like. Who is Xianxia? Seventh Brother raised his head in confusion. Unknowingly, Tang Tian had already treated him as a target. He was not as angry as before and sat down. Tang Tian spoke for a long time. Finally, he felt that he had said everything he had experienced and heard. He stopped and looked at the Thousand-Hand Devil Lord guiltily. Did you understand all of this? A martial artist born to fight? Zhang Ming he was stunned. He thought that he had heard wrongly. A martial artist born to fight. This was a high evaluation. How could Tang Tian be worthy of such an evaluation? Thousand Hands Demon Lord did not seem to see Tang Tian. He stepped on the crystal-clear surface of the sea and seemed to be thinking about something. His gloomy face was always lifeless. When the light dissipated, Thousand Hands Demon Lord had disappeared. Zhang Ming he was stunned by Seventh Brother's reaction. Seventh Brother, aren't you surprised at all? A gold-ranked martial artist, that is a gold-ranked martial artist. In this terrifying yet enchanting ocean, it was truly fortunate to meet such a youth. Tang Tian's eyes lit up and he rushed out like a ferocious tiger. But Tang Tian is not like that. He pursues victory. He was a martial artist who would crazily pursue victory no matter the situation. His strength did not stop there. In addition to his desire to win, he also had an astonishing talent for combat, a beast-like intuition, and a demonic calmness. I've always thought that these two characteristics contradict each other. I didn't expect to see them on the same person. Seven looked at him and said, I studied the image you gave me last time and came to a conclusion. Let me tell you, Chia was really amazing at that time. Later on, I realized that I was indeed a genius. Chia really has good taste. Wah. Zhang Ming he blurted out, what? I want to learn. Tang Tian replied without hesitation and asked excitedly, are you going to teach me? From afar, there was a sudden burst of light. That's why you thought it was weird, right? Seventh Brother said calmly. Actually, you don't think highly of Tang Tian. Although he made Sixth Brother Yi suffer the last time, you actually thought that he was lucky. You did not put him on the same level as you. Thousand Hands Demon Lord's voice suddenly came from above. Tang Tian, who had just struggled out of the water, was startled and replied, Indigo Mirror Ocean. Zhang Ming he gasped for breath. That scared me to death. Tang Tian killed Xianxia. Tang Tian calmed down and sat not far from Thousand Hands Demon Lord. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Thousand Hands Demon Lord's strength was unfathomable. He was the strongest spirit general he had ever met. His opponent's martial techniques had reached perfection. Looking at Tang Tian's blank expression, he did not have the intention to explain. Instead, he asked, Tangdan, can you help me with something? About the same as me. Seventh Brother said word by word, he is a martial artist born to fight. Hey, what's the matter? Seventh Brother did not even bat an eyelid. His eyes were glued to the book in his hands, unwilling to move away. What a beautiful ocean. Seventh Brother looked at the stunned Zhang Ming he and thought for a while. Actually, there is something that I have always wanted to say. Today, I will take this opportunity to say it. I understand. Thousand Hands Demon Lord nodded his head. What about Sixth Brother Yi? Zhang Ming he nodded his head. Seventh Brother's analysis of Sixth Brother Yi was indeed reasonable. Seventh Brother's face was flushed red. He could see stars in his eyes. He raised his hand with difficulty and signaled Zhang Ming he to let go. Because of Seventh Brother's words, Tang Tian had entered the eyes of the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance. He could not even block one move from his opponent. This was like a bucket of cold water for Tang Tian, who had just defeated Ji Xiaoya. Tang Tian was not discouraged. Instead, he encouraged himself in his heart. Tang Tian, you will definitely surpass him. After a long time, Seventh Brother regained his senses and stared angrily at Zhang Minghe. Then he would dissipate like a bubble. The Thousand Hands Demon Lord raised his head in surprise. What entered his vision was a sincere face. Thousand Hands Demon Lord's name. He had never heard of him before, but he was so powerful. There was always someone better than him. The world was much bigger than he had imagined. His speed of improvement will always be unexpected. Good. Tang Tian nodded his head. If I pass by Sexton's constellation, I will definitely go to Plum Forest City. But if I do not pass by, I cannot guarantee it. The 13th Gold Branch's gold-ranked martial artist. Zhang Ming he was extremely excited. Gold-ranked martial artist. That is a gold-ranked martial artist. Perverted. Too perverted. Tang Tian started to speak. His words were messy and without any logic. Stronger than Sixth Brother Yi? Zhang Ming he's smile disappeared as he asked. Hey, what is this place? On the second day, Seventh Brother's words were spread to the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Many people were shocked. A few elders of the Honorable Martial Alliance praised Seventh Brother's words. The atmosphere of the Honorable Martial Alliance became serious, and all the big families started to allocate resources to the younger generation. Thousand Hands Demon Lord looked at Tang Tian, who was struggling in the water, and felt annoyed. This guy's strength was pitiful, but he was like a housefly that was extremely annoying. Even if he wanted to calm down, he could not. Tang Tian's words were incoherent. Thousand Hands Demon Lord listened attentively. Unknowingly, the gloominess on his face dissipated by a lot. He looked at Tang Tian, and his gaze became gentle. Seventh Brother understood that if he was to be serious, he would not be able to live with himself. Bang, he closed his book and said slowly, You can't defeat a gold-ranked martial artist? Zhang Minghe's face was immediately filled with smiles. Seventh Brother, my dear brother. You see, once I had news, I immediately came to inform you. Even if I don't have any merits, I have put in a lot of effort. Zhang Ming he regained his senses, and said unhappily, Seventh Brother, do we still need to do this between us? Thousand Hands Demon Lord laughed and pointed to the sea. It will teach you. He walked in front of Tang Tian and sat down cross-legged. Zhang Ming he saw that Seventh Brother was about to spit out white foam, and then unwillingly released his hand. If you don't tell me the truth today, I will not let you go. Tang Tian's eyes widened and stared fiercely at Thousand Hands Demon Lord. His chest was filled with anger. He had even defeated a gold-ranked martial artist, and was actually beaten up so badly by an old man. If you go to Sexton's constellation, go to Pagoda City, there is a family with the surname Feng. Their ancestor has a lady called Feng Yan. If you find this family, can you impart this martial technique to them? Thousand Hands Demon Lord stared at Tang Tian's face. He knew that his request was too much. Tang Tian suddenly felt sympathy in his heart. The spirit general had been summoned, and the people had changed. All his friends and family were no longer around. It was truly pitiful. He thought of Uncle Bing, thought of Ghost Claw. The beautiful and dreamy indigo mirror ocean suddenly changed. Zhang Ming he was startled. That depends. If it is just a spar, there shouldn't be a problem, and I won't be at a disadvantage. But if it is a life-and-death battle, I am definitely not their match. They are all battle maniacs. Thank you. The gloominess on Thousand Hands Demon Lord's face was swept away. The light aura behind him became more and more intense, as though the sun was about to jump out of the water. Zhang Ming he shook his head. Even so, he cannot kill a gold-ranked martial artist. Is the sun about to rise? Haha, I knew it, you would definitely understand. Tang Tian was elated. It's not that he is too fast, it's that you are too slow. Seventh brother looked at Zhang Minghe and said, your talent is strong and your conditions are good, but you lack initiative, you spend most of your energy on scheming and scheming. Now, other people can kill gold-ranked martial artists, but you, with your current speed, you will need at least 2 years to be able to squeeze yourself out of the top 3,000. Tang Tian struggled out of the water, he did not feel anything and looked around. Zhang Ming, he knew that there was something below, and immediately perked up his ears. The light aura was so piercing that Tang Tian could not open his eyes, he could hear Thousand Hands Demon Lord shouting, Tang Tian, you must remember. Train in the Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand, don't be deceived by your eyes. Zhang Ming, he opened his mouth, but did not say anything. But why can other people do it? Seventh brother said impolitely, that's right, it's illogical, but if other people can do it, and you can't, then you lose. In this world, there are only winners and losers, no one cares if you are illogical or not. Bang. Seventh brother laughed. This is the most easily overlooked point. Seventh brother replied, lowered his head again and looked at the book. They are not the same. Seventh brother said, Sixth brother Yi is not seeking victory, what he seeks is not victory, but excitement, he seeks the excitement of life and death. This kind of excitement is like an addictive drug. If you pay attention to Sixth brother Ye's expression when he is injured, you will see that he enjoys it. Thus, Tang Tian had a new nickname, Grindstone. Mr. Grindstone was not happy at all, because he was being tortured by others to the point that he wished he was dead. Onyx Soul and the rest are like that, anyway they are very powerful like the Honorable Martial Alliance. Alright, did you guys have Onyx Soul and Honorable Martial Alliance back then? We had them. So they were really so powerful. This guy seems to be distracted. Tell me about the current situation. Thousand Hand Devil Lord suddenly said. Zhang Ming, he was stunned once again. Zhang Ming, his face was flushed red, he was extremely ashamed. In the past few years, he had indeed spent a lot of time and energy on social activities and worldly affairs, and had neglected his training. This terrifying ocean. Seventh brother's expression was solemn. Just like the competition between the few of you, it is not about who is more outstanding, whose family background is stronger, but whose sword is stronger, who will win in the end. You have an invincible sword, so you do not need any schemes. I know you guys look down on Sixth brother Yi, but Sixth brother Yi still has a chance. Qiu Shan is already dead. If Sixth brother Yi is not enough to wake you guys up, then there is Tang Tian. Ming He, your sword is already rusty, you need to sharpen it. Yes, yes, yes. Seventh brother's mouth was rambling, his eyes staring greedily at the book. All right. Tang Tian replied loudly. Zhang Ming, he was unconvinced. I admit that Tang Tian has potential, but if his strength is already at our level, I do not believe it. Furthermore, even if he is at our level, it is impossible for him to kill a gold-ranked martial artist. Chapter 386. Xiao Siyun was excited. The Lupus Army was the most popular army recently. Many people thought that the Lupus Army was stronger than the other armies in the northern sky. However, it was not without its hidden dangers. Tang Tian and his men were far weaker than the Leo constellation. If there were only a few enemies, it would be fine. But if there were a large group of enemies, they would not be able to defend against them. Everyone raised their spirits at the same time. Xiao Siyun's words had also given birth to some fighting spirit in them. That's right. To be able to remain unscathed under Ji Xiaoye's attack, it is rare to see a martial artist of Tang Tian's level. Yuan Ji's eyes flashed. This must be the reason why Tu Zishan chose him. If there was such a member in the army, the strength of the army would increase tremendously. Most of the soldiers in the barracks were cultivating, and their shouts could be heard incessantly. Both of them looked at the soldiers of the Lupus army. Initially, both of them were relaxed. Then what should we do? Angelina asked. Angelina was bitter. She knew Andre's intention, but there was nothing she could do because she had no cards in her hands. But Angelina thought that if there were a large group of enemies, the entire Andromeda constellation would be razed to the ground. She found Tang Tian's manor, but found out from Crane that Tang Tian was in closed-door training. She had no choice but to leave. On the way back, she felt strange. The three of them were actually led by Tang Tian. Ta Dun nodded. He was not surprised. If there were no scouts, then he would have doubted the strength of the Lupus army. He told Xiao Siyun, "Go and greet them. Don't cause any misunderstandings. Hurry up and make them into treasures so that we can equip the army." Ta Dun said, "We need to have the strength to protect ourselves." The soldiers' strength was average. With such strength, they might not even be able to enter the plateau army. Xiao Siyun understood and shouted towards the direction of the scouts. "The commander of the plateau army, Ta Dun, is here to pay a visit to your regiment commander. Please inform him." Andre recalled what he saw and agreed, "That's right. He seems to be able to sense danger ahead of time. His intuition is very strong." Ta Dun clenched his fist in excitement. 100 energy beasts, that means at least 100 sets of Andromeda's treasures. If we equip them with our army, even if they send another gold-ranked martial artist, we will not be afraid. That makes sense. Andre suddenly understood. Ta Dun and Xiao Siyun looked at each other. Although the camp looked rough, it was very strict. "However, Your Highness doesn't need to value this person too much. His last attack was a complete mess. There was no strategy at all. If not for the fact that Ji Xiaoya did not hold back, he would have been dead by now." Yuan Ji relaxed and laughed. Ji Xiaoya was too careless. In the end, she underestimated her opponent. If it were any other warrior, would Ji Xiaoya dare to go all out? Yuan Ji had a gratified look on his face. Although Andre was young, he was outstanding in every aspect. Ever since Wu Wu was #1 in martial arts, the Lupus army had become famous, and everyone was still somewhat unconvinced. To them, the Lupus army was just a bunch of rookies. How could they be called an army? Everyone in the Plateau army was a veteran with at least 5 years of experience and had always looked down on the new recruits. "I don't think we were treated well in the past." Andre and Yuan Ji watched the video attentively. There were many people watching the battle between Tang Tian and Ji Xiaoya. Many of the martial artists had recorded the entire battle, and they had specially bought a set of the video. When he saw Angelina waiting for him at the city gate, his sharp gaze subconsciously softened. Ta Dun's body was tall and sturdy. His skin was tanned and his face was full of hardships. He sat upright on the horse's back. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and it sent shivers down people's spines. Angelina threw herself into Ta Dun's arms. She could no longer hold back her tears and they flowed freely. Ta Dun gently patted Angelina's back and softly said, "It's all over now, Angelina. No matter what, I will not let you suffer anymore." Angelina cried even louder. Ta Dun remained silent as he listened to the soldiers' discussion. He looked at the fairy maiden city that was riddled with scars, and his face darkened. The number of attacks that the fairy maiden city had suffered in the past 2 months was more than any other time. "Is that true?" Angelina was taken aback. She was pleasantly surprised. The Honorable Martial Alliance's gold-ranked martial artist made her restless. Just a few gold-ranked martial artists were enough to destroy the entire Andromeda constellation. You might be able to win occasionally, but it is not the right way. Your Highness, please do not be tempted by Tang Tian's victory. Your Highness is rich and powerful. You need to win fair and square. A victory like Tang Tian's is meaningless. Yuan Ji's words sounded like he was admonishing Ta Dun. None of the soldiers dared to laugh. They had heard about the changes in the fairy maiden city in the past few days. The current Angelina was not only the daughter of their commander, but the master of the entire Andromeda constellation. When Ta Dun heard about the death of Astelland and Astelland, he was enraged and clenched his fists tightly. But when he heard that the culprit behind the explosion of the fairy palace was his daughter, he was dumbfounded and could not speak for a long time. Angelina suddenly thought of Tang Tian and the other two. The current Lupus constellation and Andromeda constellation were bound together for good or bad. Tang Tian and the rest would definitely not allow Andromeda Constellation to fall into the hands of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Not yet. Angelina immediately replied. Father. Ta Dun nodded his head and said excitedly, if it was a normal star treasure, it would not have such an effect. But the quality of the star treasures nurtured by the fabric is the same. It is suitable for the army to equip. The army is currently equipped with fabrics. Although they are considered high quality, they have not been nurtured by the star power. Compared to star treasures, they are still lacking. But with these fabrics, our plateau army is already the leader of the Northern Sky Army. If we are able to equip star treasures, our fighting strength will increase by a few levels, and we will have the ability to protect ourselves. Yuan Ji was obviously more experienced than Andre. The contempt on his face disappeared and was replaced with a serious look. No, you have to pay attention to one detail. Although Tang Tian was at a disadvantage from the start and looked to be in a difficult situation, he was not injured at all. He has a strong sense of danger. This is rare. Let's go and pay a visit to the Lupus army. Ta Dun said. Ta Dun stood up and walked out of the manor. Angelina stopped crying after venting her emotions. Seeing so many people looking at her, she felt embarrassed. She quickly pulled her father back home. Ji Xiaoye indeed underestimated the enemy. Andre agreed with Yuan Ji's point of view. That's good. Xiao Xiyun laughed and raised his voice. Everyone pay attention, don't let your peers look down on you. Whoever messes up, I will teach him a lesson when we get back. But when he heard about the 100 energy beasts, his eyes lit up and he asked, did you distribute the fabrics? To her, Crane was the best candidate. He was elegant, calm, and wise. After returning home and finishing their meal, Angelina brought her father to the study room and told him everything that had happened during this period of time in detail. Moreover, it was the Lupus constellation that was so poor that even birds did not shit. Andre laughed. After the battle with the Honorable Martial Alliance, we have done something for the Andromeda constellation. Angelina seems to have other thoughts, and does not want to rely on us directly. Since that is the case, we should return. When he heard about the mysterious person who killed Qiu Shan, he felt a chill down his spine. He asked gently, Your Highness, what plans do you have for the Andromeda constellation? Master, where are we going? The one who asked was the Vice Commander Xiao Xiyun. He was Ta Dun's right-hand man. Not only was he loyal, but he was also calm and outstanding. Xiao Xiyun played an extremely crucial role in suppressing the rebellion so quickly. No way, why do we seem to be so popular all of a sudden? He led the way. Very quickly, they entered the forest. The soldiers of the plateau army revealed looks of disdain. In comparison, the things that happened in the past few days were not as shocking as what Angelina had experienced. Ta Dun was much more normal. Wait a minute. Then I will go now. Angelina stood up and left in a hurry. Suddenly, Ta Dun was attracted by a shout from another direction. He subconsciously turned his head, and his pupils shrank. Angelina became excited. They still have energy beasts. They said they will only sell 100 of them. Following the scouts, they quickly reached the Lupus army's camp. Ta Dun was much more experienced than Angelina. He nodded. Seems like they have the same thoughts as us. But we do not know if they want to sell them or prepare for their own army. If they want to sell them, we will buy them. If it is the latter, then we will have to negotiate. I do not know what to say. Andre laughed bitterly. I do not understand how Tang Tian won. Logically, he should not have any chance of winning. Andre's departure caught Angelina off guard. She quickly understood Andre's intention. Andre was retreating to advance. Andromeda constellation's high-leveled forces were swept clean. Andromeda City was defenseless. Without the protection of Leo constellation, once the Honorable Martial Alliance sent people over, Andromeda constellation would not be able to defend. Suddenly, Xiao Xiyun whispered to Ta Dun, there's a scout. Andre bowed. Andre will remember Master Yuan's words. A Lupus army scout came out from the bushes. My commander invites you over. Please come with me. The plateau army's return caused the citizens to cheer. It was as though Andromeda City was celebrating a festival. This also caused the morale of the army, which was low due to the turmoil, to rise up. Return? Yuan Ji was taken aback. But after a while he regained his senses and smiled. Your Highness's idea is brilliant. Not long after, he brought a group of guards and headed into the forest. The only thing that made her happy was that her father's army had finally reached Andromeda City. Chapter 387. Where is it not done well? Tang asked coldly. As if they had been granted amnesty, the 10 of them hurriedly shouted in unison, yes. Three Spirit City became prosperous, and the majestic bronze base became the symbol of Three Spirit City. With the continuous increase in members, the originally spacious bronze base gradually became crowded. Thus, Bing and Sai Lei discussed for a while, and started a new round of expansion. What made Ta feel even more inconceivable was that the 10-star spirit horse's footsteps were in unison. He imagined in his mind, if he were to encounter such an assault, how would he deal with it? Such orderly, hurried, heavy hoofbeats, how terrifying was that? With that, Tang immediately left. Xiao Siyun consoled him. Luckily their individual soldiers are not strong, and Lupus Constellation's innates are too weak. Xiao Siyun's expression became solemn. This is definitely an elite army. Their soldiers are not strong, but their discipline and obedience is high, which I have never seen before. Their heavy spear assault is extremely powerful, and ordinary armies, like us, are unable to defend against it. Their individual soldiers are too weak. If we were to fight against them, we should choose to fight in a more complicated environment, for example, urban warfare. That way we can display our advantage. And their equipment is also very poor, which will make their survivability on the battlefield very weak. Basically, this is an extremely extreme-style army. Their attack power is outstanding, but their survivability is weak. Xiao Siyun and the rest's faces darkened. Tang Yi's actions were too rude. They were after all guests, and he did not even invite them to a seat, or even a cup of tea. A crisis was quietly approaching. Inside the barracks, Tang Yi heard the scout report. They have already left. The entire army assault was like a ferociously thrown heavy spear, heavy and powerful, extremely terrifying. The 10 of them who had completed their assault slowed down, but at this time, the 10 of them were still in sync. Their footsteps were not messed up, as though there was an invisible thread connecting the 10 of them. The target was immediately smashed into pieces, breaking into pieces. He suddenly asked, General Tang, I wonder what is the purpose of this assault? The 10 of them who had just completed their assault kept quiet in front of him. What if they are equipped with textile-raised star treasures? Ta Dun asked. To the current 3 Spirit City, the components required for a small-scale energy hall were just child's play. The current 3 Spirit City had already become a new mechanical city, with countless of mechanical engineers coming over. Sai Lei had long been jealous of Old Man Fei's huge group. Without saying a word, he started to recruit people and buy horses, forming an equally huge mechanical engineer group. If the enemy was at the front, they would only see the martial artist at the front. Train 50 more times. Tang Yi said coldly. There were many constellations in Heaven's Road, and they all had their own way of doing things, thus the military ranks were rather chaotic. But regardless of which constellation's military ranks, a warrant officer was a rather low military rank and definitely could not lead an army. However, Ta Dun could see that the Lupus soldiers respected Tang Yi from the bottom of their hearts. Ta Dun shook his head. Not only you, all of us have committed the same crime. Tell me the result of your observation. The martial artist in the lead mustered up his courage. The final joint attack of the Saber Radiance was not done well. Ta Dun regained his composure and looked at Xiao Siyun. How is it? The wealth of 3 Spirits City shocked countless people. Ta Dun said, they were the ones who sold the energy beasts. I am here today to ask, why did you invade Andromeda Constellation's territory? Ta Dun was not intimidated by the shock, and said in a deep voice, this is Andromeda Constellation, And you did not inform us before brazenly trespassing, and did not seek our permission to build a military camp here. This is something we will not allow. Please do not call me general. My military rank is warrant officer. Tang Yi corrected Ta Dun's mistake and continued. They are currently training in a subject called heavy spear assault. Ta Dun's face changed. Ta Dun quivered, only to see the 10 saber radiance suddenly combining into one, dragging a long trail of light. With a heavy whistling sound, it was like a powerful light spear, accurately hitting the target. Xiao Siyun suddenly thought of the rumors about the energy beasts, and immediately reacted and exclaimed, "Don't tell me they have energy beasts too?" The heavy spear assault was a type of assault tactic that Bing had specially created for the Lupus army. The Lupus army soldiers had awakened the ancient wolf blood meridians, and the specialty of the ancient wolf blood meridians was that they could communicate with each other, but they could only communicate with 2 of their comrades, so the heavy spear assault tactic was perfect for them. Tang Yi heard about the Sky Wolf Martial Academy's energy hall. Without hesitation, he found Bing and requested to build a small-scale energy hall. The biggest problem for the Lupus army was that the individual strength of the Lupus martial artists were too weak. In Tang Yi's eyes, the energy hall was like a welcome rain after a long drought. Right at this moment, a thunderous roar pierced through the sky. Ever since the Yong and City's mechanical army was formed, the reputation of the mechanical spirit weapons immediately rose. Everyone in the mechanical circle knew that if one wanted to buy an ordinary mechanical spirit weapon, the Mo family was the best choice. If one wanted to order a high-end mechanical spirit weapon, he could only come to 3 Spirit City. Ta Dun had been observing Tang in the dark, and it was his first time seeing an army led by a spirit military leader. It was rare to see a spirit military leader leading an army. In the eyes of most people, spirit military leaders were just servants. Most of the martial artists were proud and arrogant. Who would be willing to listen to the orders of a servant? Not to mention putting their own lives in their hands. Bing had no choice but to agree to Tang Yi's request. However, he irresponsibly reminded Tang Yi that he would have to ask Tang Tian for the money himself. Kill. You are very observant. Ta Dun nodded and suddenly changed the topic. What if they are equipped with our textiles? Ta Dun was silent for a while and then said, Our neighbors are much stronger than we thought. Their disguise is too successful. I do not know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for us. Ta Dun nodded. The name, Heavy Spear Assault, was very vivid. However, his attention was more on the warrant officer that Tang Yi mentioned. Bing had long planned to buy the entire 3 Spirit City. If not for the fear of a backlash, he would have swallowed the entire city. The biggest Lin family was gone, and there were no other decent families left in 3 Spirit City. Against the strong bronze base, they had no choice but to give in. Ta Dun and Xiao Siyun looked at each other. The quick-witted Xiao Siyun had also thought of this point. Both of them could see the shock and awe in each other's eyes. Xiao Siyun said bitterly, If we fight one-on-one, we will win. If there are more than 10 people, they will win. He was good at analyzing and calculating. After witnessing the opponent's training, he already had a conclusion in his heart. He turned around and walked deeper into the barracks. After passing through many training grounds, he reached a location near the exit of the Seasons Fields waterway. A huge structure was being constructed. The thick bronze skeleton was exposed to the air. Although the Lupus army was just a cannon fodder army in Bing's eyes, Tang Yi's hard work and perseverance had moved him. Bing was very good in this aspect. Very quickly, he created a unique battle strategy that was very suitable for the Lupus constellation. Ta Dun could not help but gasp. The Star Spirit Horse's speed had reached its maximum. With such a high-speed charge, how could Ta Dun not know how difficult it was to maintain such a tight formation? It was a group of 10 cavalrymen. From a distance of 600 meters, they started charging towards the target in front of them. When they were about 200 meters away from the target, they had already reached their maximum speed. However, even during such a charge, their formation was still as straight as if it had been measured by a ruler. Xiao Siyun was stunned. After a long while, he regained his senses and laughed bitterly. Then this army is very scary. Bang. I underestimated them previously. I made a mistake. Xiao Xiyun's tone was full of shame. He was reflecting on himself. They are our allies. The stronger they are, the more advantageous it is for us. Ta Dun's words made Xiao Xiyun and the rest feel better. That's right. Andromeda constellation was currently in trouble. The stronger their allies were, the safer they would be. Ta Dun's face was full of anger. He disappeared the moment he left the barracks. If the final blade aura attack was executed well, the blade aura would be as thin as a cicada's wing. That way, the target would be easily sliced in half and not split into pieces. The splitting of the target looked even more terrifying. But in fact, it meant that the power was not concentrated enough. If the blade aura was not concentrated enough, it would lack penetrative power. But this also meant that the enemy's military system was much more powerful than what they had imagined. Tang Yi, who had completed his training, walked in front of everyone. Everyone, why are you looking for me? What attracted Ta Dun's attention was a group of cavalry training in a spacious area not far away. Tang Yi waved his hand. Strengthen the defenses. Tang Yi's face turned black. Master, we need at least 3 more days. The mechanical engineer was a native of Lupus constellation. His standard was not high, but he was able to assemble the parts according to the blueprints. Sky Wolf Martial Academy's energy hall was built by him. In many people's eyes, it was so plump and delicious that it made people drool. The troops were as straight as a spear. Tang Yi did not care about them. He said expressionlessly, "Next group." Tang Yi looked at him. "What you said is not within the scope of my duties. I only listen to Master Tang Tian's orders. If you have any doubts, please discuss it with him. I have military duties to attend to." "Excuse me." "Then their survivability will be greatly increased." Xiao Xiyun replied without hesitation. The newly expanded bronze base took up 3/4 of 3 Spirit City. The entrance of the martial spirit chamber and the military warehouse were all included in the bronze base. Tang Yi agreed without hesitation. But the flourishing 3 Spirit City did not only attract mechanical engineers and mechanical martial artists. Ta Dun was silent. He was not surprised by the result. Tang Yi found the mechanical engineer in charge. How much longer until the completion? Ta Dun was extremely moved. Ta Dun had witnessed the entire training process. His subordinates were also attracted by the commotion. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. The disdain and contempt in their eyes had completely disappeared. Chapter 388. The middle-aged man did not hesitate and said, "Let's do it tonight, end it quickly." Following the prosperity of 3 Spirit City, the first to benefit were the hotels and inns. The large number of foreigners caused the inns to sprout like bamboo shoots after the rain, all of them popping up. Now, there were more than 60 inns in 3 Spirit City, and this number was still increasing at an alarming rate. He walked to the door, wanting to push it open to look outside, but realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not push the door open. Tang Tian's suspicions grew. Where is this? Who are these people? A hurried knocking sound came out, followed by the door being pushed open. A young man with a square head and big ears barged in. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Why haven't you moved? Quickly bring the solution. Let's go. The room was decorated lavishly. All the furniture looked expensive, and the style was unfamiliar. Tianhua Inn was a relatively old inn. The service and environment were very good. The spirit general turned into a ray of light and disappeared. A straight passageway, paved with large rocks, like a big square, extended far into the distance. Every 10 meters, there was a spirit general guarding. Looking at the densely packed spirit generals, one could not see the end. Tang Tian's heart was burning and immediately rushed over. Upon entering the cave, Tang Tian felt his vision blur and his appearance changed. After consecutively passing through a few spirit generals, Tang Tian was sure these spirit generals were the spirit generals of hand-splitting solution. This time, Tang Tian was immediately energized. The solution to the problem made him dizzy, but such a challenge made him eager and full of anticipation. Beside him was a bald man of about 30 years of age, emitting a ferocious aura. He grinned. "This should be enough for us. It's so prosperous." The man who spoke was about 40 years of age, standing with his hands behind his back. He had a tall stature, a cold face, deep-set eyes, slender eyes, but when they opened and closed, they flickered with light, his entire body emitting a dangerous aura. Every time he defeated a spirit general, he would stop, take out the solution, and compare it with his own solution. It had to be said that the answers to these questions had been thoroughly tempered and refined. They were far more exquisite than Tang Tian's cracking methods. Tang Tian rejoiced in his heart. Someone finally praised me for being smart. Just based on these words, this dream was worth it. In the dim tunnel, among the densely packed spirit generals, a lonely figure slowly advanced. You must cultivate well in the Thousand Souls cave this time. You're so smart, you'll definitely master the Thousand-Cleave demonic hand. The youth in front of him said confidently. A Thousand-Cleave demonic hand. This name sounds a little familiar. Tang Tian was secretly startled. The auras of these two martial artists were very strong, filled with a biting cold aura. Tang Tian regained consciousness. He could still remember the indigo mirror sea burning with endless blue flames, swallowing him whole. How strange, how could the sea be burning? Where did that blue flame come from? When it came to learning new martial arts, Tang Tian had always been extremely focused. Suddenly, a scolding sound came from above. Tang Tian noticed that there was a thick book on the table. He walked over and flipped it open. It was a book called The Solution to Tearing Puzzles. The techniques of the spirit generals were getting more and more exquisite. Many of the techniques made Tang Tian feel that it was inconceivable and an eye-opener. He had to rack his brains and focus 120% to compete with the spirit generals. Disassembling was a method that Tang Tian was unfamiliar with. He had never thought that a move could be dismantled like unlocking a lock. It was an eye-opener, but it was also a fresh experience. It was fine if the godlike young man did not come. If he did, he would beat all of them down. Furthermore, in this dream, he would not feel hungry or tired. Was there a better place than this? He followed into the cave. You're not young anymore. If you continue to waste your time, you'll be a cripple in the future. The old man's anger had not subsided, but his tone had softened. You're talented and intelligent, but your personality is too lazy, and you're not willing to work hard. That's right, no matter if it's the academy or the family, you don't have to bear any responsibilities. But have you ever thought that if something were to happen with your current strength, other than regret, what else can you do? The two of them sprinted. The young man's light body technique was not bad. The two of them quickly arrived at a cave at the back of the mountain. There were two martial artists guarding the cave entrance. Tang Tian, who was in battle, did not have the time to admire the exquisite techniques. His entire mind was focused on finding the flaws in the opponent's techniques. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. He knew how strong he was. According to his strength just now, the door should have flown out, but it did not budge at all. Tang Tian suddenly felt warm. He thought back to when he was in Andrew Academy. He and Housefly Cow would often cheer each other up like this. The young man turned and ran out the door. Tang Tian was stunned to realize that his body could not help but copy the solution and run after the young man. On the 11th floor of Tianhua Hotel, the two of them stood by the window and gazed at the majestic bronze base. Bang! Tang Tian gasped. The spirit general's attack just now was the first question in the hand-splitting solution. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. Without saying a word, he closed in on the second spirit general. Bang, bang, bang. After running around for half a day, he was bored. He sat down and started to flip through the hand-splitting solution. Wait a minute, isn't this the unique spirit card? He glanced at the page. Indeed, it was written question 91. When he flipped to the end, he could not help but gasp. 1,024 questions. The two martial artists recognized them. They waved their hands and signaled for them to enter. 10,000 spirits, don't tell me there are 1,000 spirit generals. His speed of advancement was not fast. Although the solution told him the answer, he did not follow the answers in the book. Instead, he tried to defeat these spirit generals by himself. Suddenly, he remembered what the old man said. His heart skipped a beat. The old man said that he could not even solve 100 questions. Could it be that he was referring to this? He often had a stroke of genius that he himself did not realize. The excited Tang Tian did not hesitate to move forward. I've investigated thoroughly. The bald man said, there are no powerful experts. Just a few old fellows who are at the bottom of the Heaven's Road list. Then there are a bunch of child soldiers. Furthermore, they are mechanical martial artists. What can they do? This time, we finally caught a fat sheep. Needless to say, people were forced to be like this. He finally understood that this dream was for him to learn the 1,000-cleave demonic hand. After searching around, he realized that other than the hand-splitting solution, he could not move anything else. No matter how stupid Tang Tian was, he knew that something was wrong. Could it be an illusion? He used this kind of stupid method to push forward bit by bit. Hey, what's going on? Tang Tian was stunned by the scolding. After a while, he regained his senses. Although he was still confused, he still looked around. If the first time wasn't enough, try twice. If the second time wasn't enough, try 10 times. If the 10th time wasn't enough, try 100 times. Walking to the cave entrance, the young man did not forget to encourage Tang Tian. Do your best. This time, you have to get to the 200 stage. I want to do my best too. Tang Tian instinctively leaned to the side. With a hand chop, he struck the spirit general's left rib. This was the first time he had encountered such an interesting dream. With that, the young man waved his hand and entered the cave. But very quickly, Tang Tian realized that he was dizzy and his head was swollen. Tang Tian realized that he could not speak. Such a strange situation. If it was any other person, they would have been scared half to death. But Tang Tian was not nervous at all. Tang Tian was not smart. If he were to learn such complicated and exquisite techniques, Tang Tian would have to spend a lot of time. But Tang Tian chose the most suitable method for him, which was to fight. Tang Tian wanted to speak, but realized that he could not make any sound. Tang Tian opened his eyes in a daze. In his vision was an old man with white hair and beard. His face was full of anger. After a few tens of spirit generals, he quickly realized that this method of dismantling was actually rather interesting. Especially this kind of one-on-one direct confrontation, it suited his taste. Could it be Tang Tian was originally walking on the path of close combat? Books that explained how to dismantle techniques were extremely helpful to him. He had encountered many similar techniques more than once or twice. But he realized that compared to the techniques that others could dismantle, he was still lacking. Where is this? The middle-aged man asked. Have you found out everything? Above the cave entrance were the 4 words, 10,000 spirits, written with vigorous strokes. 1,000 sparring partners came to his door. His movements were very fast. In one move, the second spirit general turned into a ball of light. Of course, most of them failed. It was normal to be stuck in front of a spirit general for half a day. Every time this happened, his second specialty would be displayed to the fullest, which was to pester. The gaze he used to look at the spirit generals immediately became blazing hot. Tang Tian's mouth was wide open. He was shocked. The scale of this was completely beyond his imagination. After a while, he regained his senses and walked towards the first spirit general. When he was 3 meters away from the spirit general's eyes lit up. As though he was awakened from a deep slumber, he threw a punch towards Tang Tian. If these techniques were to appear in a battle, it could possibly turn the tides of the battle. Looking at it, he was immediately attracted by the book. Solution to Dismantling Techniques talked about how to dismantle other people's techniques. Every technique was extremely exquisite. Since he could not get out, then he should properly study this book. Tang Tian calmly allowed himself to follow behind the young lad. He was filled with interest. But what are you? Who was he? The old man left with a face full of disappointment. Strange. Unfortunately, he was still unable to speak. If he wanted to break through, how powerful would he be? Reading was fine, but solving the problem made him feel like he was at a loss. What was worse was that he was completely unable to immerse himself in it. This plaything was actually more suitable for Crane. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. It was very simple. He must be dreaming. You trash, you haven't even solved 100 problems. When will you be able to master the 1,000-cleave demonic hand? Out of so many disciples, you're the slowest. Don't you feel ashamed? Chapter 389. Pai Pa immediately became embarrassed. I was just imagining things. I don't know if I was right or wrong. Why is there a flame in my body? It's so eager to fight. Sai Lei also frowned. Hey, where did that brat go to? I haven't even seen him for so many days. How can there be such a boss? This base is also his business, and he doesn't care about his own business at all. Humph, seems like the money I asked for is too little. This brat does not even feel the pain. Next time I will definitely take more money from this brat's pocket. Tang Cho calmly observed. The opponent was a large bandit group, and they were definitely not useless people. There were at least 100 of them, the members were all strong, and most of them were at the 6th level. Some of them were even stronger, and the mechanisms on the walls were unable to move them at all. Under the lead of these experts, they were like a hot knife through butter, and along the way, the mechanisms were all destroyed. Bing was slightly embarrassed as he changed the topic. Introduce your proudest work. It already looks great. Sai Lei's face was full of pride. Her heart was blooming with joy, but she pretended to be humble. Ayaya, Sister Pai Pa, comparing me to Lion King Leong, you really think too highly of me. After saying that, the confidence on Pai Pa's face immediately disappeared without a trace, and she became timid again, standing uneasily. All right, you can try it out. Sai Lei's expression was serious as she joked. Designed for military generals. Bing suddenly became excited, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Sai Lei. How did you do it? Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded without any warning. The indigo mirror ocean with Tang Tian's strength, he should be able to pass through. Seeing Bing, she immediately bowed. Master Bing. It had been 2 months. Why was there still no movement? Blind Cord Old Man had made his move. If only Master was here. Pai Pa said weakly. In her heart, Tang Tian was still very powerful. Pai Pa thought for a while. In the chaotic era, other than Leong, the other key is Sister Sai Lei's mechanical spirit weapon. This kind of strength was definitely not just at the bottom of the Heavenly Road list. Pieces of crystal clear blue feathers formed a pair of wings, like 6 straight sharp swords, standing upright on its back. Many of the black shadows that had pounced on the outer wall froze, and some of the weaker martial artists were even more bewildered. No, it's the chaotic era. Pai Pa shook her head and replied firmly. However, once the indigo mirror sea was opened, it could not be opened from the outside. Furthermore, the barracks also showed that Tang Tian was unharmed, which made Bing feel more at ease. With that, he turned around and entered the new mechanical spirit weapon, and left with a whistling sound. Because the soul is the most important thing. Pai Pa said, mechanical spirit weapons and mechanical weapons are only one word apart, but they are not products of the same era. Mechanical spirit weapons were like treasures, they could become stronger and stronger. It would replace heirlooms because it could be mass-produced. There is very little information on Lei Ang's army, but I guess that his army definitely has a unique fighting method, which is related to the martial spirit. Sai Lei was shocked by Bing's excitement, but she quickly became proud. This problem was solved by Pai Pa, she then shouted loudly, Pai Pa, Pai Pa. Yes, because right now, regardless of whether it is the army or the strong martial artists, no one has the absolute advantage, and both parties are restraining each other, so it's the chaotic era. After being interrupted, Sai Lei, who was initially interested, lost her patience. Move the things yourself, explore them yourself, I am too lazy to explain. This is your newest mechanical spirit weapon. The last time the Sky Tiger was destroyed too badly, especially its martial spirit, it only had a trace of remnant undulation, so I could only fuse it with the new martial spirit. Bing regained his senses and said to Pai Pa with an apologetic face, I was too engrossed in thinking just now, but I feel that what you said is very logical. How did you think of it? The sounds of fighting came out, and he saw a large number of figures pouncing on the outer wall of the base. He almost did not dare believe his ears. First team, our target is the training camp. Full speed ahead. Mozu shouted, his face full of excitement. He led the way towards the military warehouse. They had not completed their training, and the mechanical spirit weapons that they used for training were all placed in the military warehouse. Suddenly, a hoarse arrow sound came out in the night sky. The dark sky suddenly became a quagmire of sorrow, involuntarily pulling everyone's emotions. What do you mean? Pai Pa's face was blank, although she still looked sickly and weak, but her complexion was much better. Old Man Fei had never stopped his research on her strange illness. Especially now that he had sufficient funds, he had made some progress. Bing revealed a pondering expression, but he had to admit that what Pai Pa said was somewhat logical. Pai Pa's words were neither fast nor slow. She was not overbearing, nor did she compromise, but she was extremely calm and confident. That's right. Sai Lei puffed out his chest, his face proud. This is definitely the strongest mechanical spirit weapon in the world. If you meet Yi Zhaogu again, you must definitely test it out, and see if he can break it again. For this mechanical spirit weapon, I have done a lot of experiments, and it was all given to Tang Chao's subordinates. Sai Lei said impatiently, it's about the army, military leaders, martial artists and all those things. It makes my head dizzy. Why don't you tell me? I saw it in a book. Pai Pa replied timidly. What you mean is the era of the army starting again? Bing could not help but ask. He did not dare to look down on this skinny little girl. Coming. Pai Pa's voice came out from the room next door, only to see the timid Pai Pa rushing over hurriedly. It was obviously not the first time Sai Lei had summoned her to do odd jobs. Sai Lei was slightly apologetic. She understood the relationship between Bing and Sky Tiger. Tang Chou was already standing in the field, his ugly face was calm. She was still brooding over Sky Tiger being broken. Countless figures followed closely behind the two of them. Some were topless, some were only wearing shorts, but at that moment, no one cared. Everyone understood that at a time like this, even a little bit of time was crucial. Bing did not speak nonsense. I'll go take a look. You guys close the door. Bing could not help but praise. You're truly a genius. The middle-aged man suddenly turned and bellowed. Bing did not speak. He was digesting Pai Pa's words. Thank you. Bing shook his head. You've already done your best. My first battle is about to begin. The moment the alarm went off, the huge bronze base had a short period of silence, but following that, the base suddenly flared up. Oh. Pai Pa understood and timidly replied, I might have said it wrong. The mechanical weapons used by military generals were the focus of the army's research for a very long time, but even after the defeat of the army, they still could not do it. I read in the books, after the era of the three great armies, for a very long time, the armies and military generals gradually declined. As she spoke, Pai Pa calmed down, her delicate face radiating with confidence. I feel that this has a lot to do with the development of martial techniques. After the three great armies, all sorts of martial techniques and strong martial artists appeared. The development of martial techniques changed with each passing day, breaking through the previous peak, developing even more powerful spirit martial techniques. The individual strength reached an unprecedented height. Pai Pa nodded. Lion King Leong started to build his own army. Ever since the formation of the Lion King army, they never lost. From then on, everyone once again saw the power of the army, and military generals once again entered people's vision. The army has once again become popular. Bing frowned and muttered to himself, this time his closed-door training time is a little too long. It's okay, just say it. Bing tried his best to make his expression look more harmless and friendly, but he completely forgot about his poker face. It was just a waste of effort. Hey, poker face, she's done talking. Why don't you say something? Sai Lei was not afraid of Bing and said impatiently. Chaotic era? Bing was surprised. Women are indeed vengeful. Bing's eyes suddenly lit up. killing intent flashing past. In the black shadow, the middle-aged man's face changed. His strength was profound. Once he heard the sound, he knew that blind-cord old man's strength was much stronger than what they had imagined. Bing resisted the urge to kick the hindrance out of the door and stared at Pai Pa. "Why do you say that?" And from the discovery of the era of martial artists until now, there has also been a gradual change. The continuous development of the research of the martial spirit allowed the continuous development of the spirit cards, and the cultivation of martial techniques became easier. Almost everyone knows how to cultivate martial techniques. Martial techniques became more and more popular. The new martial technique system was almost developed to the extreme, and it has been close to 200 years, without a true new theory appearing. The strength of the strong martial artists is also getting closer and closer. The advantage of numbers once again entered people's vision. The first person to realize this and put it into practice was Lei Ong. Sai Lei actually did it. "Your words have given me a lot of inspiration," Bing muttered. "As for whether it is right or wrong, we will know once we try it." "Lion King Lei Ong?" Bing was surprised. Sai Lei was pleased. "It does not only look good, you will know it is even better after you use it. I have studied your fighting style, and in truth, your individual strength is not as outstanding as your military general strength. So, I have changed the direction. This is the first mechanical spirit weapon designed for military generals." Bing gazed at the new mechanical spirit weapon in front of him. The azure blue mechanical spirit weapon looked similar to Sky Tiger, but the lines were sharper, the details were more exquisite, every joint looked as though it was meticulously forged by an artist. It was extremely gorgeous. Its face was like a tiger, revealing a dignified and austere aura. Under such circumstances, the advantage of numbers is no longer able to withstand the strength of the top martial artists. So, Heaven's Road was dominated by the strong martial artists. From then on, Onyx Soul began to show its prowess, and after that, the Honorable Martial Alliance became even better. If it was the army era before the three great armies, then after that, it will be the era of martial artists. Ming. Timbi. Follow me. Mo Wu Wei's voice was as cold as ever. All the lights in the rooms were switched on at the same time, and it was as bright as day. Sai Lei waved her hands. "Come, tell Master Bing about your thoughts that day." Chapter 390. Blind Cord Old Man was the most famous martial artist in the base. He was also the strongest martial artist. Ming was heavily injured, and Blind Cord Old Man's era music had disappeared. He must have been heavily injured as well. In the current bronze base, there was no one who could stop them. The warm voice fell into everyone's ears like a spring breeze. The rich young master laughed out loud. "There are times when you can make a mistake. Such a broken base, and there are no experts guarding it. How can it defend against the flowing wind group? What you said is too laughable." A gust of wind blew, and the peach blossoms fell from the tree. Tang Chao's heart gradually calmed down. However, the flame in his heart seemed to have sunk deep into his flesh. The light in his eyes was frighteningly bright. Young Master Magic Flute raised his head, surprised. "Bone-piercing whistle?" And he would appear in Three Spirits City in the name of pursuing the flowing wind group. As he was worried that he did not have enough strength, he specially went to beg his brother. Blind Cord Old Man's face congealed. The whistle was sharp and did not have the slightest sense of music, but its destructive power was astonishing. It was filled with unreasonable ferocity. If not for the fact that he had learned from Magic Flute and had a better understanding of music than before, he would not have been able to defend against the whistle. The middle-aged man cried out in shock. His eyes were about to pop out as he rushed towards Ming. "Team A, get ready." The entire place was silent. Everyone was stunned by Magic Flute's unpredictable falling time. Even though he was an advisor-type general, his thirst for battle was not inferior to anyone else's. His face darkened. He squeezed out 4 words from his teeth. "Leave no one alive." Magic Flute did not seem to notice. His gentle face was lowered with a tinge of nostalgia. Amidst the beautiful flute music, A wisp of mist floated out of nowhere and landed on the red lotus. The mist was mystical. It had the shape of a graceful lady. The lady twisted her waist, sang and danced. It was refreshing and lively. Just at this moment, a wisp of flute music, like the wind, drilled into the middle-aged man's ears. If Tang Tian was here, he would definitely recognize that this young man was the rich young master that he had robbed many years ago. His face did not look too good. The flowing wind group that he thought was in the bag was actually obstructed at every turn. The flowing wind group was one of the most notorious bandit groups. Their strength was tyrannical, and they moved unhindered in heaven's road. Other than the 12 ecliptic palaces, even Serpent's constellation, one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, was once threatened by them. However, he was still a little proud of his plan. Humph, that's good. The more the flowing wind group loses, the easier it will be for us to get what we want. You can't snatch it from me. Who knew that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? It was only when the pink petals drifted over that everyone came to their senses and prepared to dodge in shock. However, before those peach blossom petals could reach them, they were annihilated in the air. Magic Flute had one precious time for them. Tang Cho was very clear that if his students were to be ambushed, they would collapse very quickly. But now, they were given time to catch their breath, to adapt to this sudden battle. Mo Ziyu and Mo Wu Wei's body trembled at the same time, and just like usual, they roared in unison. The long-robed youth wasn't annoyed. He smiled and said, "I suddenly have a premonition." In the night, the young master was not tainted by a speck of dust, and floated away into the night sky. Ah Ming's eyes were bloodshot, his eyes wide open. He gathered all the true power in his body, and the bone whistle in his mouth emitted 3 short notes. Don't worry. Wait till we catch Magic Flute. You can slowly experience the 1-tune 7 deaths. A gloomy young man snorted. When the information regarding 3 Spirits City reached the leader of the flowing wind group, he was immediately attracted. He was determined to capture this mechanical grandmaster who could create mechanical spirit weapons. The middle-aged man's body turned sluggish, and he suddenly raised his head. Bang bang bang. Magic Flute was a little regretful. The true power in his body was almost depleted. When he raised his head, he still had a warm smile on his face. I've passed the stage. Everyone, please go ahead. When everyone saw the scene, they couldn't help but jump in fright. The younger brother was secretly happy. He was most afraid that his brother would know the value of this base. If that was the case, he would not be able to get his hands on it. Ever since he was robbed, he had been staring at 3 Spirit City. And the more he understood the value of this bronze base. If he could grasp it in his hands, his strength would rapidly expand. I have a premonition that this operation of the flowing wind group will most likely fail. The long-robed young man laughed. He could not help but scold. The flowing wind group is a bunch of trash. The peach blossom was dazzling. Don't worry. Let's just wait and see. The long-robed young man did not argue and smiled. The rich young master did not like his elder brother's actions. But he was still his biological elder brother. Not only was he stronger than him, he was also more loved by his father. The stage was set and the curtains were drawn. What was waiting for was the hero's appearance. If younger brother can manage this base well, it will be very beneficial for you. The long-robed young man said. On the tallest building in the base, a young master in a white robe stood with his flute in his hands. The glistening yellow flute was like a ray of light in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Team B, get ready. His entire body's true power surged to the extreme. The wheelchair beneath him turned into dust. But his body was like a cast of steel, not moving an inch. Hugong slowly plucked the strings of the air. A hoarse and sorrowful sound flowed out from his eru like flowing water. The sound of the flute was indistinct and magnificent, just like in the past. Zheng zheng zheng, blind cord old man's body trembled. The eru in his hands broke. His face was ashen and his body slumped. The mute servant behind him quickly supported him. The left side of Zhan Peng's body was intact, but the right side of his body was withered and lifeless. The long-robed man chuckled. But can't wait any longer? But speaking of which, you had the patience to wait until today to make your move. You even planned such an operation. I have a whole new level of respect for you. Ghost Whistle. It's Ghost Whistle. They are the Flowing Wind group. Tang Cho stood in the middle of the group. His mechanical spirit weapon was very inconspicuous. It looked no different from the others. No one would have thought that such an inconspicuous mechanical spirit weapon would actually be the enemy's general. Flowing Wind group. The middle-aged man's mind floated a name. His face was full of surprise. But very quickly he sneered. A mere spirit general wants to block my Flowing Wind group? He was like a dancer at the end of the curtain. He bowed and thanked Tang Cho. Wu Feng's right arm had completely disappeared. The terrifying wound was bleeding profusely. Half of his body was soaked in blood. His face was as white as paper. He looked at Magic Flute with hatred. He did not say a word. Almost at the same time, Blind Cord Old Man's wrist shook. A lingering trill was so low that it was almost inaudible. In another corner of Three Spirit City, a few pairs of eyes were watching the battle. Many of the mechanisms were triggered. The light from the explosion pierced through the night. Before he finished his sentence, two black shadows burst out. Like arrows leaving the bow, they pounced towards Magic Flute. The bronze aura was like a brave and silent soldier. There was no sound, but there was a biting cold edge to it. Young Master Magic Flute. The sharp whistle pierced everyone's eardrums. The invisible sound waves spread out at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Screams filled with fear came one after another. Tang Cho ordered without hesitation. First kill, 1,000 floating skies. Second kill, 10,000 blades. Third kill, slow flute sound. Everyone, please listen to the fourth kill, falling time. But it was a pity that he had not fully recovered. He had only recovered to the fourth kill. Magic Flute smiled. He caressed the bronze flute. A strand of chi entered the flute hole from his lips. A green light floated out of nowhere. The green light was like a seed that sprouted and grew into a small sapling. The sapling grew bigger and bigger. It was a peach tree. In the blink of an eye, the peach tree was filled with pink peach blossoms. But the bone whistle in Ah Ming's mouth exploded. His face was covered in blood. He fell to the ground. Two completely different voices clashed in the air. So he thought of a plan. He secretly revealed the prosperity of Three Spirit City and the mechanical spirit weapons to the Flowing Wind group. He knew that the leader of the Flowing Wind group was ambitious. He had long been drooling over the mechanical army in Yong'an City. But because of Yong'an City Master's status as an Onyx Soul Elder, he did not dare to act recklessly. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He blurted out, 1 tune 7 deaths. The rich young master looked at his elder brother. He said in a cautious tone, I will manage it well. I never thought that I would be able to witness young Master Magic Flute skills. It was a worthwhile trip. A man dressed in a long robe said, the legendary 1 tune 7 deaths is a godly skill. Now that I have seen it, I have no more regrets. He nodded his head. He did not speak. He picked up the bone whistle on his neck. He puffed up his cheeks and blew. Every mechanical spirit weapon adjusted their posture. They were like wild beasts waiting to pounce. The middle-aged man flashed. He appeared beside Ah Ming. He touched his body. He felt at ease. Ah Ming was still alive. They were heartless. Their methods were cruel. Massacres were a common occurrence. The Flowing Wind group had 6 ferocious bandits. Ghost Whistle was one of them. He was ranked number 6. Every mechanical spirit weapon stood in an orderly manner. What premonition? The rich young master asked. Ah Ming was only 18 years old. He was skinny and tanned. His hands and feet were nimble. There was a scar on his face. It made him look more ferocious. Ka-ka-ka. The sounds of the bronze joints rang out. They formed a strong current. But the current suddenly disappeared. Silence returned. Ah Ming. Magic Flute was surprised. He nodded his head. He was full of praise. Time passes quickly. It is formless. to be able to break free from the fourth death. Even when I was young, it was rare. I am impressed. One was like a big bird. It was the fifth brother Zhan Peng. The other was like a fog. It was the fourth brother Wu Feng. In their field of vision, black figures were jumping down from the wall. They were rushing towards them like a tide. Their ferocious expressions could be seen clearly. But his identity made it difficult for him to act recklessly. It was not a big deal for him to bully others. But if it caused a fight, he would be in trouble. Ha! His elder brother laughed. Don't worry. It is not easy for you to do something serious. I will not drag you down. Chapter 391. Bang bang. If this brat was still alive, how strong would he be? They could not believe their own eyes. The light spears were like rain. The long-robed young man was swift and decisive, and left on the spot. The rich young master was shocked. Big brother. Gong Jiu was after all an ambitious person. In a moment of shock, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Mozu's roar marked the start of the mechanical army's first battle. 30 golden blade auras filled their field of vision. It was a terrifying sight. The martial artists of the Flowing Wind group pounced on the group of mechanical spirit weapons from all directions. All of their faces were filled with ruthlessness and craziness. Army? Mechanical army? The rich young master was stunned, then laughed, pointed to the bronze base, and said frivolously, Big brother, are you talking about those child soldiers? He had never interfered with Tang Chou's forging of the army, but he did not expect Tang Chou to give him such a big surprise. But the obstacle was finally cleared. Seeing the pretentious child soldiers in front of him, Gong Jiu suppressed his killing intent for a long time, suddenly exploded, kill. That ugly, simple tactic, how could it be possible to have such astonishing power? That was the most classic tactic of an army. 30 bronze mechanical spirit weapons landed on the ground at the same time, raising a cloud of dust. The ground trembled. The other martial artists of the Flowing Wind group hesitated for a while, then retreated like the tide. But regardless of Mozu or Mo Wu Wei, they did not know what a real army was, although they were suspicious, but they still chose to obey. Tang Chou's performance made him feel very surprised. Rank 6 martial technique, Ardent Spear. When Tang Chou introduced this tactic, many students questioned it, because no one had ever used it before. Everyone thought that the card slot of the mechanical spirit weapon should be used as a support. When the mechanical spirit weapon was inserted into the spirit card, although they could use this martial technique, but regardless of power or proficiency, it could not be compared to the martial techniques that they had trained since young. A martial artist tried his best to dodge, but his head collided with a blade aura, and his entire body was cut in half. Blind Cord Old Man was stronger than he thought. He actually injured Ah Ming. Halfway through, young Master Magic Flute appeared. Although he was already a spirit general, he maintained his strength. Fourth and fifth brother were dead and one was injured. Gong Jiu was glad that Magic Flute was a spirit general and not a living person. However, they had a lot of battle experience. The martial artists with outstanding Qinggong hurriedly dodged, while those martial artists without outstanding Qinggong simply did not dodge, but prepared to block. All kinds of defensive martial skills lit up, while some activated their secret treasures. Rank 6 martial technique, Grand Hand Blade. Tang Chou had extremely strict requirements for this kind of tactic, such as when to use the Tai Chi, when to use the floating finger, how many times to pass in a second, when to jump, how high to jump, and so on. Tang Chou knew that he was not good at controlling aura, so he spent more time on developing tactics and training. Tang Chou had spent a great deal of effort on every tactic. Not every type of spirit card could be gathered to 100, and the quality had to be very close. The elder brother beside him had long stood up. The shock on his face had already disappeared. He said, because their enemy is an army, the first true mechanical army. The rich young master was completely dumbfounded. Mozu looked at the results of the battle and was stunned. In front of him, there was no one left alive. The current mechanical spirit weapon was still in its infancy. If he could gain the upper hand, he would no longer be a bandit. he would become the true tyrant of the entire Heaven's Road. 30 golden blade auras that were more than 3 m long, with a buzzing sound, they transformed into a blade screen, whistling through the air. Mozu suppressed the excitement in his heart. After training here for so long, this was truly their first battle. The mechanical spirit weapon that had changed to a brand new star rock was full of energy. The 3 spirit cards in the card slot lit up with a faint light. They were long prepared. His chest was in pain. A flower of blood blossomed on his chest. He looked down in disbelief. His chest had a fist-sized hole. The martial artists of the Flowing Wind group were not weak. The sound of air breaking could be heard. At this moment, he saw a brand new era. Everyone felt that it was extremely weird. The gigantic blade auras were extremely powerful. All the martial artists that were hit by them groaned, and their bodies swayed. What was even more inconceivable was that Tang Chou actually intended to use them as his main attack method. In the end, no one could remember exactly how many times they had trained. But Gong Jiu was still very angry. The Flowing Wind group had rarely been in such a sorry state for the past few years. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. "I'm not joking," the long-robed young man said. His expression was solemn. "I have to report this to Father immediately." From this aspect, Master Tang Chou had high expectations of their coordination, which made people's hair stand on end. But on the other hand, Master Tang Chou had never requested them to train in these 3 types of martial techniques. He was even willing to waste his time on lecturing them on the history of wars. Twisting their waists, swinging their legs, throwing their arms, the 30 over 3 m tall bronze mechanical weapons all performed such pleasing movements at the same time. That kind of visual impact was simply suffocating. Mozu shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was slightly distorted. He was too excited. The other students were equally excited, but the first battle formation was the one that they had trained the most and was most familiar with. Yong and City had formed a mechanical army, but Gong Jiu had personally gone to investigate. In his eyes, the so-called army was just a joke. But the mechanical spirit weapons attracted his interest. After careful observation, he realized, if he could have these mechanical spirit weapons, then the Flowing Wind group's strength would increase by more than 1-fold. The remaining few martial artists of the Flowing Wind group were pierced with light spears, like porcupines. Pu, blood blossomed everywhere. But they were tricked. The rich young master who was watching the battle from afar was completely dumbfounded. He stuttered, Why did they retreat just like that?" Gong Jiu was also shocked by the scene just now. The Flowing Wind group was created by him. He had experienced many difficult battles. He did not know how many. That wave of attack just now was shockingly short, but it caused a sudden chill to rise in his heart. In the face of the overwhelming and unreasonable attacks of the army, the individual strength and techniques that they were so proud of were completely useless. This matter was so serious that they needed to report to Father? The scene in his memory was so similar to the scene in front of him. He had always been prepared to take action. He just wanted to see the strength of Tang Chou's army, but he did not expect to see such an exciting battle. The expression on the big brother's face was rarely seen. The smile on the rich young master's face slowly disappeared. "Big brother, you are not joking, right?" The martial artists who were rushing towards them did not expect to encounter such a fierce attack, especially such a uniform attack. Could it be that these 30 people all trained in the same type of martial technique? In this round of baptism, the martial artists who were still standing were all outstanding defensive martial artists. All of them were glaring angrily. Many of them had blood holes all over their bodies, but their defense was outstanding. Even though they were injured, it was not fatal. The first 3 rows of mechanical spirit weapons uniformly took a step forward. The huge bronze arms suddenly lit up and slashed vertically. And the so-called number 1 tactic was the combination of these 3 martial techniques. No matter what, during this period of time, do not act rashly. The long-robed young man said in a low voice, "This matter is beyond what we can handle." Even these 3 types of spirit cards, it took a lot of effort to buy. The long-robed young man turned around and said to the golden-haired martial artist beside the rich young master, Look after the young master. Unknowingly, the 10 mechanical spirit weapons at the back of the group actually leaped into the sky. In every mechanical spirit weapon's hand was a light spear. Suddenly, their pupils constricted at the same time. The first real mechanical army had appeared. The value of this news caused the long-robed young man's heart to surge. The terrifying number of finger auras was a rank 6 martial technique, floating finger. First team, prepare for the number 1 tactic. Army. Mozu and all the students in the first team were stunned by the tragic battlefield in front of them. The ground was filled with blood and corpses. It was a mess. He had fought countless of times in his life, conquered countless cities and planets, but he had only suffered 2 setbacks in his life, and both were against armies. These 2 times, both times, he had experts under him, and the formation was stronger than the current one, but he still lost. Gong Jiu felt extremely sullen today. He initially thought that he would be able to win the battle easily, but he did not expect that his own side would be attacked continuously. Pai Pa's words and Tang Chao's tactic seemed to have opened a window in his mind. One of the martial artists who managed to dodge revealed a look of relief. His Qing Gong was very outstanding, and he managed to dodge between the 2 blade auras by a hair's breadth. Even the whistling airflow caused his cheeks to hurt, which showed how powerful the blade auras were. Bing, who had been observing the battlefield from the start, had a strange look in his eyes. He immediately made a decision, and without hesitation, he said, "Retreat." Every mechanical spirit weapon in the first team had 3 card slots, each with the same 3 rank 6 spirit cards: Supreme Hand Blade, Floating Finger, and Scorching Ray Spear. Bang! The golden-haired martial artist's scalp went numb. He knew that it was eldest young master's warning. He looked at young master and immediately replied, "Yes." He looked on blankly. 10 gray finger auras, like agile barracudas, quietly shuttling back and forth between the blade auras, like silent hunters, reaping lives. In truth, Tang Chao's research was not without outstanding tactics, but it was impossible to execute because he could not buy so many similar quality spirit cards. The martial artists who dodged between the gaps of the blade auras completely did not expect to be ambushed. The gray finger auras were hidden and sinister, adding the small gaps between the blade auras. There was no space to dodge. They trained repeatedly every day. As long as there was a slight mistake, the entire team would have to restart. Privately, the students would discuss, and all felt that Master Tang Chao's tactic was just like his name, extremely ugly, without any sense of beauty. Chapter 392. The card slot for the mechanical spirit weapons? Bing asked. Just like the first tactic? If you meet an elite army, you will lose badly. Bing could see the flaw in the tactic. The 3 martial techniques were not trained by themselves, and without a military leader to control them, if they met a real elite army, it would be a crushing defeat. The 2 of them looked at each other blankly. The news of 3 Spirit City having the most outstanding training camp for mechanical martial artists had spread like wildfire. Many mechanical martial artists came, and the number of people in the training camp had already expanded. But the training camp only provided some basic guidance to these foreign mechanical martial artists, which was far from the Mahist family disciples and the Lupus constellation use. These people had received basic training and could greatly shorten the training period. There is no problem in terms of manpower. Tang Chou said, the number of mechanical martial artists in the training camp exceeds 1,000 people. We can choose 200 people from them. We can shorten the training period. Tang Chou's expression was calm. Yes, master. Tang Chou seemed to have thought of this problem, and said without hesitation, migration. Fornax constellation cannot accommodate so many people, but the neighboring Cetus constellation has a good concentration of energy. It has a concentration of 31%, which is not bad among the 10 equatorial palace halls. Also, Cetus constellation has a starry door that connects to Lupus constellation. As long as we occupy Cetus constellation and open the starry door, we can smoothly complete the migration of the Lupus clan. How long do you need? Bing asked. Tang Chou did not bargain and thought for a moment. Then we will only control the starry door to Cetus constellation, and the other 3 groups will attack Fornax castle. No problem. Sai Lei said generously. As long as the materials can keep up, the mechanical spirit weapons will definitely not be a problem. Bing's poker face revealed a smile. With Sai Lei's support, this matter was almost set in stone. Tang Chou said, Master is wise. We need to use low-level armies to open up a space for us to survive. That way, we can have 10 years to develop our high-level fighting strength. That's right. Bing nodded his head. Is there any other place that is more suitable for us? Suddenly, Bing felt ashamed. He was really a country bumpkin. He had never spent a lot of money before. Spending 1 billion already made him nervous. Look at him, opening his mouth and asking for 200 billion. Yes, Master. Tang Chou reminded, Lupus constellation is very suitable for this tactic because it has a large population. We can quickly replenish our troops, but it's very difficult for them to do so. There's no need to pay in full, Tang Chou explained. We also need to go through a process to recruit martial artists. The mechanical spirit weapons in the later stages, the training fees etc., were all consumed continuously. In the early stages, 20 billion should be enough. Actually, 200 billion to earn an equatorial palace hall constellation is already cheap enough. Bing did not know what to say. He stared blankly at Tang Chou. That's good. Bing nodded. But Bing instinctively rejected such tactics because it would consume a large amount of the martial artist's life. Bing had always been an instructor and was extremely concerned about the lives of the soldiers. That's great. Sai Lei was extremely excited. I've always wanted you guys to conquer Fornax constellation. What's the value of those outdated Fornax sets? Only in the hands of Master Sai Lei can the Fornax constellation show its true value. However, the opponent was after all one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, and had to be respected. Bing asked, What are the chances of us winning? Master, we are cannon fodder. Tang Chou said very naturally, Moreover, it's not that we have no chance of winning as long as we can endure casualties. What a cold-blooded fellow. 40 groups. Bing jumped in shock. A group had 100 people, 40 groups meant 4,000 people. That was definitely a huge number. If they were to attack Cetus constellation, these foreign martial artists would definitely be fearful and unreliable. But if they were to attack Fornax constellation, these martial artists would not have any fear. As if he knew what Bing was thinking, Tang Chou continued, The mechanical spirit weapons that we are using now are already outdated. The new mechanical spirit weapon, Vanguard, Miss Sai Lei, has already been finalized. The cost is about 30 million star coins per unit. 4,000 of them would cost 120 billion star coins. Every mechanical spirit weapon would require 3 7th level spirit cards. 4 silver grade spirit cards, it would be about 2 million star coins per card. Every mechanical spirit weapon would require 6 million star coins, which would be 24 billion. With our current 200 members as the backbone, the training period can be compressed to 6 months. The training fee for each member would be about 8 million star coins. 4,000 people would be 32 billion. Adding on the resources, 200 billion should be enough for us to start this war. Old Man Fei, Bing thought. But first, he found Sai Lei and asked directly, Sai Lei, what do you think about Fornax constellation? In my strategy, it is like this. Tang Chou did not hide. With this strategy, the requirements for the martial artists in the army would be greatly reduced, and we can better replenish our soldiers. Tell me your thoughts. Bing sat in front of Tang Chou, like a strict examiner. In the short term, Master Crane, Master Ling Su, will all become our high-level fighting strength. Tang Chou continued, but in the long term, we need to formulate and implement a long-term training plan. From the reserve troops onwards, we need to unify the martial techniques that the soldiers train in. This way, the fighting strength of our army will increase exponentially. There is one problem. Bing continued, Lupus constellation's energy concentration is too low, causing their growth to be slow. Using the energy hall for so long would consume too much of our energy. Looking at Tang Chou's back as he left, Bing took a deep breath. There were many things that Tang Chou could not settle. For example, the exchange with the Mo family, the battle of Fornax Constellation, the support of the Mo family was indispensable. Sai Lei suddenly thought of something. If you have time, find some time to go to Old Man Fei's place. He seems to have come up with something powerful. That old man's legs are floating, his face is glowing, and he would run over to see if the boss is here. That old man has no backbone, he only knows how to take credit from the boss. I need 6 groups. Tang Chou was not surprised, his expression did not change. Fornax Constellation has a total of 4 starry doors, each starry door needs a group to control. The remaining 2 groups will attack Fornax Fortress. Mechanical spirit weapons, we need more mechanical spirit weapons. Bing said. Tang Chou's expression was calm, the victory yesterday did not seem to make him excited. His tone was calm. Your subordinate's initial thought was to create a suitable strategy for your subordinate. Your subordinate's personal strength is very weak, and there is a limit to what I can do on the battlefield. Your subordinate hopes to create a strategy that is less reliant on the military leader. After a while, Bing retracted his gaze. Very good, Second Lieutenant, your plan is very outstanding, but I can tell you clearly, the cost is beyond what we can afford. So, our target is still Fornax Constellation. If we were to attack Fornax Constellation, how many people do we need? Yes. Tang Chou continued. Your subordinate then thought, why is the army so reliant on the military leader? After that, I found out that it is because the members of the army train in different types of martial techniques, and their standards are not uniform. Different martial techniques, different attributes of true power. Only a military leader who is outstanding in controlling aura can combine them into one. But with the current situation of the army, we cannot let all the soldiers train in the same martial technique, and mechanical spirit weapons can solve this problem. Tang Chou did not speak and looked straight at Bing. Bing shook his head. You only have 4 slots. Tang Chou was the most vengeful person, the grudge with Cetus Constellation the last time. If there was a chance, why would Tang Chou let it go? Bing was silent. He had to admit, although Tang Chou's strategy was simple and crude, but it had a low requirement and could be mastered quickly, combined with the human wave strategy, it could definitely unleash an astonishing power. Yes. Tang Chou said calmly, the card slot of the mechanical spirit weapon can use 3 types of spirit cards, and with the help of the martial spirit in the mechanical spirit weapon, the mechanical martial artist can be more adept in using them. Although the power will be reduced, it can greatly reduce the number of martial techniques in the army, and we can only design a strategy based on this possibility. Bing's expression relaxed. As compared to the human wave strategy, this plan was obviously more to his liking. 200 billion? Bing was completely dumbfounded. Then mechanical martial artists can practically not train in other martial techniques, and only focus on training true power? Bing's poker face was unusually serious. He knew this plaything had the potential to change the world. Human wave strategy? Bing's face changed slightly. Bing nodded. No wonder you have been pushing for the strategy to attack Fornax Constellation, you already had this idea. He looked at Tang Chou's calm face. His emotions were complicated. Bing's impression of Tang Chou had completely changed. He realized he had underestimated Tang Chou. He originally thought that a lieutenant-rank staff officer would have a high standard, but who knew Tang Chou had such a calm and rational strategic vision. He asked again, what do you think about the high level of fighting strength? If there are 40 groups, it should not be a problem. Tang Chou said. After thinking for a while, Bing made a decision. All right, Second Lieutenant, you can start preparing now. Cetus Constellation. Bing was surprised and laughed out loud. That is a good opponent. Tang Chou did not have the intention to explain. He said calmly, this strategy is based on our current situation. If we want to improve, we need Fornax Constellation. The mechanical spirit weapon technology, the population of Lupus Constellation, and the resources of Fornax Constellation. As long as we have these 3, the Southern Cross Army will be able to win a place in Heaven's Road. Disregarding the training of 4,000 people, just to equip all of them with mechanical spirit weapons, they would need 4,000 sets of mechanical spirit weapons, It was definitely an astronomical number. Sai Lei was stunned, her charming eyes lit up with a shocking light. You are thinking of using Fornak's constellation? When are you guys going to move? Sai Lei was a little impatient. She asked, what do you need me to do? Chapter 393. Suddenly, Angelina sensed something and blurted out, it's done. Angelina quickly calmed down. She could hear the commotion outside and said, let them in. Ta Dun could not hold it in any longer. He jumped into the pool and fished out a silver battle robe. Her tone was kind, as though she was joking. The elders who were instigated were all terrified. They did not expect that they would be involved in such a huge mess. Lu Xingjie was slightly surprised. He bowed respectfully. I did not expect General Ta Dun to recognize a small fry like me. Please forgive me for my rudeness. The three presidents are good friends of General Ta Dun. My duty is to protect the three presidents. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Wuxia turned around and scolded Lu Xingjie. Xingjie quickly apologized to General Ta Dun. If you can change your reckless temperament, then I'll really be relieved. Angelina turned around and glanced at the group of people. She recognized a few of the presidents of the merchant associations and was shocked. Seeing this scene, she immediately knew that someone was behind this. The person was extremely powerful. He was able to incite almost half of the merchant associations under her. Everyone's jaws dropped. They could not believe that the man in purple was the most powerful man in the Ursa Major constellation, Wuxia. All of the soldiers were waiting for Ta Dun's command to launch their attack. But for a moment, Ta Dun's heart was filled with killing intent. If he were to offend such a powerful man, he would become a huge threat to the Andromeda constellation in the future. Lu Xingjie's face changed. General Ta Dun, my master. When they saw Ta Dun standing beside Angelina, their voices became muffled. Many of them were panicking. They knew that there was no way out. They were well trained. It's just a small misunderstanding. Ta Dun laughed. He was no longer as tense as before. He waved his hand. Mr. Li's blade was indeed powerful. Another fatty also stood up and said, count me in. Suddenly, a wave of applause came from the group of elders. A man stood up. He was about 30 years old and was dressed in purple. His face was like jade and his eyes were like the stars. He was a suave and elegant man, giving people a good impression of him. These words appeared in Lu Xingjie's mind. He felt immense pressure. The three presidents beside him were shocked. They did not expect Ta Dun to make a move after knowing Lu Xingjie's identity. Was he not afraid of angering the Ursa Major constellation? The beam of star power gradually faded and soon disappeared, along with the star power in the star power pool. Hundreds of silver battle robes lay quietly in the pool. Everyone calmed down a little. One of the guild leaders was about to explain, we just wanted to. Ta Dun replied coldly, dignity is above life and death. Ta Dun shook his head, you must have thought this through. The skinny man's words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Everyone's faces were filled with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a figure appeared around the three. That person laughed softly, and a saber light burst out. Muffled groans rang out, and the three figures flew back. However, such a real big shot was actually among them. The Ursa Major constellation was close to the Andromeda constellation, and was one of the 5 polar domains. The Andromeda textiles were mainly sold to the Ursa Major constellation and Orion constellation. Wuxia was also known as the Ursa Major Idler. He was the guest of the Ursa Major constellation's master, Yen Yonglai. He had many connections. He was the descendant of a noble in the Ursa Major constellation. Although he did not hold any official positions, he had a huge influence in the Ursa Major constellation. A middle-aged man stood up and said, Master, if you want to punish us, I am willing to bear the consequences. But if Wuxia took the initiative to admit his mistake, Ta Dun could not do anything. With this excuse, if he killed Lu Xingjie, the Ursa Major constellation would not do anything. But if he killed Wuxia, the Ursa Major constellation would be enraged. After a while, a large group of people barged in. And he actually admitted his mistake to General Ta Dun. After a while, Ta Dun appeared in front of Angelina again. He could not hide the joy on his face. He said, "Good, good, good." Pa. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. A guard ran in anxiously. "Master! General!" Many business leaders are crowding outside. They are saying that they will have a share of the treasure. They want to see the shape of the treasure. The people who were originally indignant were stunned. Xianxia and the rest might not have heard of him, but Wuxia was a person that everyone knew. Andromeda constellation. Angelina's face changed. Ta Dun squinted his eyes. Angelina ran over. "How is it, father?" Wuxia laughed. "General Ta Dun is a magnanimous man. He will not be calculative with you. I was just trying to scare you. Let's see if you still dare to be so reckless in the future." His voice was filled with killing intent. Everyone's face changed. They remembered that although their master was young, he had a strong and unyielding character. He even dared to declare war against the honorable martial alliance. A few of them looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. They thought that Angelina would surrender to them. Who knew that Angelina would be so direct? She did not give them any leeway. If not for the fact that her father had returned to Andromeda City, she would be in trouble. "General Ta Dun, what do you mean by that?" The skinny man shouted. Suddenly, Ta Dun opened his mouth. "I have not been back to Andromeda City for a few years." Ta Dun pretended to be surprised. He quickly helped Wuxia up. "I did not expect Master Wuxia to be in Andromeda constellation. Please take a seat." Many battle robes could be seen floating in the star power pool. He bowed. "General Ta Dun's words will be passed down through the ages. Wuxia is willing to accept General's punishment for his inappropriate actions." He was curious. "I heard everyone talking about the energy beast. I have never heard that the Andromeda fabric can be used to nurture treasures. I wonder if I can have the honor to see it?" Ta Dun squinted his eyes. The guard wanted to say something, but when he saw Angelina's calm expression, he gritted his teeth and ran out. The silver battle robe did not have any trace of the fur of the energy beast. It was silver in color. It looked like it was made out of thin silver foil. It was as light as a feather. However, the astounding amount of astral power made everyone realize how extraordinary it was. Everyone could not believe their eyes. This man knew when to bow and submit. He was a powerful man. No wonder his reputation was so high. Ta Dun did not say anything and draped the battle robe over his body. The moment Ta Dun put it on, the battle robe automatically tightened around his body. The dazzling silver light disappeared. It looked just like an ordinary battle robe. Angelina's eyes widened. She could not help but scream out loud. "Master! Master! We have paid for the energy beast. We have a share of the fabric." Xianxia's face changed. The martial artists were moving in an orderly manner. He could not find any loopholes in their formation. These soldiers did not make any noise. They were silent as they marched. A sense of hopelessness could be felt. "Where did you get the guts from?" Ta Dun's eyes turned cold. "Laughing swordsman, Xianxia. One of the 7 swordsmen under Wuxia." Ta Dun's weather-beaten face also showed signs of nervousness. Angelina took a deep breath. She knew that they were in trouble. The merchant guilds behind the 3 of them were not small. Among the merchant guilds in the Merchant Union, they could be ranked in the top 5. Ta Dun's words were like a gust of autumn wind that swept across everyone's hearts. Everyone's faces changed, especially the 3 who stood up. Their expressions changed drastically. The crowd quietened down. Ta Dun's face was cold. "Take them down." "General Ta Dun, do you not care about the lives of the citizens of Andromeda constellation?" Xianxia asked. Angelina stared at the star power pool in front of her. The dense star power shone down from the sky like a beam of light, enveloping the star power pool. The star power in the star power pool was so dense that it was almost tangible. The 3rd man who stood out was a skinny man. His triangular eyes looked gloomy. He said, "Master, although everyone is a little agitated, they are not unreasonable. We may look good on the surface, but we have suffered great losses this time." The reason why everyone is interested in the energy beasts is because they want to increase their strength and help their families recover. Master said that it is not a problem to distribute the energy beasts according to contribution. But you can't not even let us have a look, right? That's right. Master, you can't not even let us have a look. The blade aura dissipated. A man with red hair and black skin stood there with a blade in his hand. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Suddenly, Ta Dun disappeared. Large groups of martial artists surged into the hall and tightly surrounded them. Lu Xingjie stepped forward and bowed to Ta Dun. Xingjie was rash. I did not expect that there are no rules in the Andromeda City. Ta Dun said coldly, you were right when you said that we should be punished. Although the Ursa Major constellation was only one of the 5 polar domains, their strength was not inferior to the constellations of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Wuxia had a high position in the Ursa Major constellation, but he had personally apologized to General Ta Dun. Ta Dun had decided to take the opportunity to get rid of Lu Xingjie and the 3 presidents. He had sufficient reasons to do so. Even if the Ursa Major constellation was unhappy, they would not be able to find fault with him. He seemed to be lamenting, but it attracted everyone's attention. Many of them wanted to follow Wuxia's footsteps, but they could not find a way to do so. If they were in the Ursa Major constellation, they would be able to do anything under Master Wuxia's care. A few figures rushed towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them had looks of fear and despair. They did not expect Ta Dun to make a move. Angelina did not allow him to speak. She interrupted him and said sternly, who instigated this? Stand out. But now, she was not flustered. She smiled. You guys still know that I am the master. Look, you guys are all here to cause trouble. As a military leader, he knew the value of being invisible. Chapter 394. Everyone nodded their heads. Mo Bao, who had just spoken, was now full of excitement. He said proudly, Master, do not look down on us. If our opponents are too weak, we will not be able to display our skills. Wuxia was indeed having a headache. Angelina had already understood her father's thoughts. She said indifferently, President Zhu, you are too impatient. This is just an intention. We will use this batch of treasures to exchange for more energy beasts from Mr. Tang Tian. With more energy beasts, why would we be afraid of not having treasures? Only we can turn the energy beasts into treasures. Everyone here is a businessman. I believe you all understand the logic behind this. Angelina said indignantly, these people are simply vultures. Once they smell blood, they will want to take a bite. Mo Bao was teased by the 3 of them until his ears turned red. If they were to sell the treasures to others, they would definitely not agree. But if they were to use the treasures to exchange for more energy beasts, to them, it would be worth it. As long as there were energy beasts, there would be treasures. The more energy beasts there were, the more treasures they could obtain. In this process, the consumption of star power was the most. Hence, in the end, the one who invested the most was Angelina. Many of the other presidents expressed their agreement. But at this time, no one dared to speak. Angelina's face darkened. She said coldly, it seems that the management of the Merchant Alliance is too messy. We need to make some changes. The few of them were shocked. No problem. Angelina smiled. As long as Master Wuxia has energy beasts, Angelina will be honored to be able to do business with Master Wuxia. Gurua also had some ideas. He said, let's get in touch with him first. Compared to Andromeda constellation, our Ursa Major constellation is much more powerful. Compared to Leo constellation, we can show more sincerity. If he is really seeking his own death, we can just do it cleanly. Because they have a strong army. Ta Dun said, no army would be able to reject these 100 treasures. I am sorry. These treasures will all be given to Mr. Tang Tian. Ta Dun said calmly. He was not affected by what had just happened. Angelina smiled. Once Mr. Tang Tian comes out, I will convey Master Wuxia's greetings to Mr. Tang Tian. After a while, Angelina was a little worried. Will Tang Tian and the others agree? Some people secretly decided in their hearts that they must beg for forgiveness from the Lord later. Otherwise, their future days would be difficult. Hunter, Adrian. Wuxia slowly uttered these 6 words. Old Six said righteously, "Puh, I support you as long as you give me half of the credit." The light in their eyes surged, and all of them palpitated with excitement. Everyone felt a headache coming on. Even Gurua felt the same. This could be heard from his tone. How could Angelina be in the mood to listen to these people's flattery? She dismissed them on the spot. Gurua and Wuxia looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. The 2 most authoritative people of Ursa Major constellation, if they could complete this mission. To be able to kill a gold-ranked martial artist, he is already a top-notch expert in Heaven's Road. Although from the video, it looks like he won by a fluke, his strength is still pretty good. What's more troublesome is that he has an army. That means the possibility of him giving up the treasures is very small. Gurua rubbed his head. Other than that, they suddenly appeared in Andromeda constellation. They have already found the waterway from Lupus constellation to Andromeda constellation, which is the famous Seasons Field waterway. The army under him is already stationed at the exit of the waterway. There was no need to talk about His Majesty. Yen Yonglai was the leader of a generation. In his hands, Ursa Major constellation was chasing after the 10 equatorial palace halls. Even this General Tu Ching was not ordinary. Ursa Major constellation's strongest army was the famous Grizzly Bear Army, and General Tu Ching was the commander of this army. Thinking about Tang Tian, Angelina's mood suddenly became better. Humph, even if we can't get it, we can't let them have it. The surroundings quietened down. Everyone turned their faces, their killing intent soaring. Their morale was soaring, they were fearless, and could not wait to have a good fight. Wuxia smiled. I just received news, we have one more opponent. Her words caused the faces of all the presidents to change, but no one dared to speak up. After all, they were the ones who listened to the 3 of them and came to cause trouble. They were in the wrong first. General Ta Dun's determination had given them a huge shock. If not for Master Wu Xiao's appearance, Lu Zhengjie would not have been able to escape death. When he heard Gurua say that only the big brother and second brother could defeat Tang Tian, he was already unconvinced. Because Gurua was resourceful and was older, she was ranked 3rd. In terms of strength, among the 7 of them, Mo Bao was second only to Old Man Yu. With that, he brought his men and left. The 3 presidents' faces were ashen, but they followed Wu Xia closely. Under such circumstances, they could only gamble on not being abandoned by Master Wu Xia. The 4th brother, Mo Bao, shouted. He better be tactful, or else he will be chopped into pieces. Let me say this first, when the time comes, I will be the first to go. None of you fight with me. The skinny president panicked. General Ta Dun, didn't Master say that these treasures will be distributed to us according to our contributions? Why did you give them to others without our consent? Furthermore, such a good thing, why should we give it to an outsider? Wu Xia suddenly laughed. His gaze was as cold as ice. Then can I request your Majesty to help me contact Mr. Tang Tian? Mr. Tang Tian's sudden appearance has made me admire him. His face was gloomy, and his gaze was cold as he stared at Angelina. Thank you, your Majesty. Wu Xia bowed gracefully. Then I shall not cause more trouble for your Majesty. Goodbye. Everyone was full of praises for him. The one who spoke was the Heaven's Whitblade Gurua, ranked 3rd among the 7 swordsmen. He had always been intelligent and was deeply trusted by Wu Xia. Just like what he said, using the treasures to exchange for more energy beasts was not a loss at all. They did not need to pay any extra. Gurua's words made the atmosphere even more lively. She could not guess, but she knew that he would definitely make these people suffer. My lord is really wise to be able to come up with such a wonderful idea. I know. Angelina was unhappy. She suddenly thought of him. If he was here, how would he deal with these people? Many of the presidents heard Angelina's words and nodded their heads. Pei, Bao, you only know how to talk big. It's because big brother and second brother are not here. Lu Xingjie jeered. The first to speak were the presidents who did not intend to curry favor with Wuxia. The scale of these presidents' businesses were not big. They knew that they could not curry favor with Master Wuxia, so they might as well get more treasures. He can't wait for Big Brother and Second Brother to not be here, so he can take all the credit for himself. Lao Wu giggled. For a mission like this, it is not easy to come across it. Wuxia encouraged, everyone must be mentally prepared for the difficulties that we might encounter. Everyone's face changed. Wuxia's face revealed a look of shock. He did not expect such an outcome. As for whether they would get the treasures now or later, they did not care. If they could get more treasures, why would it matter if they had to wait for a period of time? Master is really thoughtful. Wuxia took the opportunity to fan the flames. This mission was entrusted by General Tu Qing. His Majesty even personally met him and exhorted him for a long time. His Majesty said that whoever achieves the greatest merit in this mission will be rewarded by His Majesty personally. Everyone laughed, and the oppressive atmosphere immediately dissipated. It was Wuxia who was rash. Wuxia immediately admitted his mistake and changed the topic. But His Majesty also said that it was only an intention. It seems that the deal has not been completed. I wonder if Wuxia can offer a price? Angelina's interest was piqued. But Angelina did not avoid Wuxia's gaze. She maintained her elegant smile and remained unmoved. I will. Ta Dun was certain. This was done intentionally by Gura to arouse Emobao's competitive spirit. Lao Da and Lao Er, due to certain reasons, would arrive later. They had followed Master Wuxia for a long time, but it was their first time encountering such an important mission. They knew that this was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Orion constellation. Wuxia's eyes flashed. Their messengers have arrived. They have the same idea as us. After everyone had left, the hall was once again empty. Ta Dun, on the other hand, was much calmer. He was much more experienced. He explained, our Andromeda constellation is just a small constellation. There are many times when we have to compromise. Wuxia's face congealed. Angelina's words left him with no room to refute. Seasons Field Waterway, what a lucky fellow. Wuxia saw that the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. He laughed. It is indeed a little troublesome. However, compared to the big guys that we have killed, this is definitely a small guy. Everyone, please take pity on him. Gurua added. He has been in closed-door training for more than 2 months. I reckon that he has improved a lot. Lao Er and Lao Da should be able to take him down. But the problem is that this person is very stubborn. He did not even give in to Andre and the Onyx Soul Hall's Hall Master Tu Zishan. He is an extremely stubborn person. We also have to take note of Crane, who seems to have a close relationship with the Sagittarius Empress. Also, their gazes swept across the 3 presidents. The 3 of them were in trouble. They would definitely be kicked out of the Merchant Alliance by Angelina. If they dragged this on for a period of time, their share would be free. Who knows, they might even be able to obtain a star treasure. She had not interacted much with Tang Tian, but she knew that he was an extremely stubborn person. He did not even give face to Andre. Wuxia would definitely have a headache if he were to face him. Angelina looked at Wuxia apologetically and said, Sir Wuxia, please forgive us. We, the Commerce Union, do business. Although we can't be as trustworthy as Sir Wuxia, we still have to be responsible to our customers and treat them with integrity. Who is it? Gurua asked. Chapter 395. Adrian smiled. Zhongguang was an honest man. He turned and looked at a young man. Xiao, what do you think? Mr. Adrian. Ta Dun greeted him with a face full of smiles. Angelina heard that Mr. Hunter is coming to Andromeda City. She was so excited that she did not sleep the whole night. She even asked me to welcome you personally. Xiao Si Yun, who was standing behind Ta Dun, blushed. Ever since he went to the Lupus Army's encampment, he had been deeply shaken. Ever since he came back, he had been training crazily. But when he heard Adrian's compliment, he did not feel proud at all. Instead, he felt as though he was suffocating. "What a smart woman," Adrian commented, and said, "Seems like the focus of our attack this time is Tang Tian." Tang Tian's thousand-cleaved demonic hand had reached a new level. He had finally defeated his enemy and broken free from the dream. The carriage landed. A group of martial artists were already waiting for them. The leader of the group was Ta Dun. Adrian was one of the most famous martial artists in Orion Constellation. When he graduated at the age of 21, he became the principal of his alma mater, Star Nebula Academy. In the next 10 years, Star Nebula Academy became the most famous school in Orion Constellation, producing many geniuses. But due to the heavy workload that took up too much of his time, he did not make any progress in the 10 years. Thus, at the age of 31, he resigned from his position and began his long journey. Initially, Tang Tian felt that he was just a bystander. But as the dream changed, he could not help but be influenced by it. He was the hunter, Adrian. Many young martial artists who boasted of their outstanding talents were also eager to be noticed by Adrian. As long as a genius was praised by Adrian, their value would immediately increase exponentially. "He must have a lot of things to say to her," Ta Dun said. "Maybe Adrian will have the chance to meet him in the future." Lu Zhongguang was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "So he is an idiot." Lu Zhongguang was even more excited. "That's right, Xiao. Who cares if he is a godlike young man? Even if he is a real god, Xiao, you can still defeat him." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they tacitly changed the topic. However, Tang Tian already knew that the Thousand Hands Demon Monarch had perished together with his enemy in reality. The only person who could make him willingly become a spirit card was the lady with the surname Feng, who kept appearing in his dreams. The youth who was asked was about 17 years old. He had red lips, white teeth, and a delicate appearance. He was Adrian's right-hand man, Ru Xiu, also known as Orion's Flower. Ru Xiu shook her head. "I can't tell much. But from the information we gathered, Angelina has an expert guiding her from behind." "Then who could it be?" Lu Zhongguang did not doubt Axios' judgment. He had always trusted Axios' judgment, and his curiosity was immediately piqued. He wanted to tell her that he had gotten his revenge. A glint flashed across Adrian's eyes. He smiled and said, "Oh, great general, you've really piqued my curiosity." Luckily, they were not enemies of Andromeda Constellation. Xiao Si-yun rejoiced, but immediately after he felt ashamed of himself. The smile on Ta Dun's face disappeared. "In the past, I was rather proud of my ability to lead troops. But now, I know that I was just a frog in a well, arrogant and conceited." On the surface of the sea behind him, a door slowly appeared. "It's difficult," Ashio said. "From the information we gathered, the possibility of Tang Tian spitting out the treasures is very small. His nickname is very unique. It's not that simple. Do you know what the Honorable Martial Alliance said about him? They called him Grindstone. They thought that he was a genius of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Only after experiencing Tang Tian's tempering would he be able to reveal his true potential. This kind of evaluation has never happened before." Ah Xiu shook his head. "I've researched all of his experiences. He is a person with deep thoughts. Senior Thousand Hands Demon Monarch, hatred will never be as important as the people who are still alive." Adrian's arrival had caused Andromeda's city to explode. Andre was revered by people because of his noble identity and the power he represented. But Adrian, although he had no power, he was deeply respected by people. Tang Tian stood quietly on the surface of the sea. His face was filled with sadness. The indigo mirror ocean beneath his feet was tranquil and beautiful. It was as though everything that had happened was just a dream. He wanted to tell her not to wait for him anymore. Ashio did not reply, but continued. "Big Bear Idler Wuxia has brought people here. But I heard that they met with a soft rebuff from Angelina and Ta Dun. Angelina intends to give the treasures to Tang Tian in exchange for more energy beasts." Lu Zhongguang could not help but exclaim. "Qiu Shan is too crazy. He must have wanted to go back and see her." Adrian asked in surprise. I wonder which general made the Grand General so emotional? Tang Tian was slightly sad. But he felt that he was feeling sad for the ancient people. Thousand Hands Demon Monarch's soul had already disappeared. The lady surnamed Feng had already passed away a few hundred years ago. Maybe she had descendants. Ha! Adrian laughed. Zhongguang, don't bully Xiao. But, Xiao, I feel that what Zhongguang said is very reasonable. Ha! A tall man dressed in a black windbreaker quietly stood in front of the railings, looking down at Fairy City. His sideburns were slightly white, his gaze was deep and profound, his face was sharp and angular, as though he was thinking about something. His eyes were like the stars behind the fog, flickering with a faint light aura. After standing quietly for a while, Tang Tian looked at the vast sea. He muttered to himself, Thousand Hands Demon Monarch, actually this is also good. Although you really want to become her martial spirit and protect her, but if you do that, she will be in too much pain. This kind of protection is also a burden. So, the way things are now is pretty good. Lu Zhongguang did not believe him. Xiao, you say that he is smart. I don't object. But you say that even you can't do it. I don't believe that. Xiao shook his head. I'm not talking about General Ta Dun. General Ta Dun is experienced and steady. He is a rare military leader. But his way of doing things is a typical military style. He is not that crafty. Lu Zhongguang nodded. Xiao is talking about Ta Dun? General Ta Dun is indeed powerful. Adrian bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. General Ta Dun is here personally, and Adrian is deeply moved. Because of his early years in school, Adrian was always willing to help and guide young people. This earned him a great reputation. Although he did not hold any official position, he could enter and leave the palace whenever he wanted. Regardless of whether it was a high-ranking official or a commoner, they all respected and loved him. I don't know about other things. But Xiao, you will definitely beat Tang Tian. Lu Zhongguang said proudly. On the vast sea, a cold wind suddenly blew. In the 12 years of traveling, no one knew what happened. The godlike young man is just an illusion that he created. Xiao said seriously. His way of doing things is just like his nickname. Very stupid and muddle-headed. But if you look closely, you will realize that all his seemingly reckless actions, in the end, always achieved the best results. Even if it was me, under such circumstances, I would definitely not be able to do better. Even to achieve what he did today is extremely difficult. In the last battle, he was forced into a dead end. His thousand-cleaved demonic hand could not defeat his enemy. Just as he was about to lose, Tang Tian suddenly remembered what the Thousand Hands Demon Lord said before he disappeared. His voice was slightly hoarse, but full of magnetism. His words were carefree and extremely charming. Adrian's arrival made all the young martial artists in Fairy City extremely excited. If they could receive a few words of advice from Adrian, it would definitely be beneficial for them for life. Tang Tian's mood suddenly became better. Revealing a bright smile, he shouted to the sea, Thousand Hands Demon Lord Senior, you think so too, right? Of course it's looks. Lu Zhongguang laughed out loud. Our Xiao's beauty, even women feel ashamed. Oh, what's it called? Adrian was interested. Xiao was curious. What? Adrian's lodgings were filled with young martial artists from all over the world. When he was 43 years old, he returned to Star Nebula Academy. His chi became unfathomable. At that time, Orion Constellation Sword Saint Yuexin met him and praised him for his Saint Domain Chi. When he was young, he was lazy and accomplished nothing. Suddenly, he realized that he was powerless to reverse the situation. Remorse and pain haunted him for his entire life. Even when he met the girl he liked, he was not willing to stop his revenge. Such a shocking explosion, it would require at least 20 silver treasures to explode. Adrian muttered to himself. Xiao's heart warmed, but he was not used to people praising him. He knew that the Plateau Army had improved a lot, but compared to the Lupus Army, there was still a gap. On horseback, Adrian praised, I have long heard of General Ta Dun's strict management of the army. Seeing you today, You truly live up to your reputation. I have traveled to many different constellations and have seen many armies. But to have such a military style like yours is extremely rare. In that dream, he experienced the life of the Thousand Hands Demon Lord. He wanted to tell her. Godlike young lad, interesting, right? Xiao said with a smile. I heard that he often calls himself that. Adrian got on his horse, and the army advanced slowly. You are too kind, please get on the horse. Ta Dun gestured, and a few docile star spirit horses were led over. Lu Zhongguang was shocked. Really? Don't be fooled by your eyes. Xiao, don't belittle yourself. I believe that your intelligence and strength are not below any of the geniuses. Adrian laughed. Battle, pursuit, revenge. Chapter 396. This move was truly out of the ordinary. Black Puppet also sensed that something was amiss. He bellowed, the black mist around his body constricted, transforming into a black shield. Lone Wolf Killer, Tsendeng, Heaven Road List Rank, 3112. Lu Zhongguang's face changed. He could clearly see that it was a silver arrow. Tang Tian quivered, his pupils dilated, both of his hands instinctively placed in front of his chest, the thousand-cleave demonic hand that he had trained crazily for the past few days. Without thinking, he immediately made his move. Ding ding ding. He had been doing this for the past few days. But the atmosphere tonight, he had a faint premonition that it would not be peaceful. Reflection Swordsman, real name unknown, Heaven Road List Rank, 3109. Black Puppet's eyes suddenly froze. He did not expect that among the few chi that he was unable to judge, there was actually a concealed weapons Grandmaster grade expert. Out of the 19 people, there were at least 5 whose strength was on par with him. Xiao had told him about the names of the people, and he was able to match 3 of them. Someone shouted in the darkness, "Use concealed weapons." Even he felt that it was boring, the other people's patience was at its limit. At the start, everyone was cautious and did not want to expose themselves. But as time passed, many of them could no longer hold back. A blood wound appeared on his throat, and in the blink of an eye, blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. Lu Zhongguang's eyes glanced at the black mist, his pupils constricting. Black Puppet. Black Puppet was rushing towards the room where the star treasures were stored. His intentions were clear. The concealed weapons that were as fine as rain drew out rays of light. Tang Tian's hands seemed to have some sort of magical power, quickly moving and passing through the light strings. Although General Ta Dun did not make a big fuss that day, but the position of the star treasures did not escape everyone's eyes. The sudden change caused everyone who was extremely nervous to subconsciously shoot out the concealed weapons in their hands. The most dazzling light beam was the silver arrow that was whistling through the air. His 10 fingers were like flowing water. In a moment, he had pressed on the silver arrow 7 times, causing the silver arrow to lose all its strength. Lu Zhongguang's eyes widened. Although he had long heard of their outstanding strength, but personally witnessing it, he was still shocked by Ling Su and Crane's strength. In the blink of an eye, the speck of cold light exploded, and countless cold lights swept towards the newcomer like raindrops. Bai's misty kill had shocked everyone. For a moment, no one dared to move. Everyone's nerves were highly taut. There was a concealed weapon grandmaster lying in ambush in the dark at night. This was absolutely an extremely frightening matter. Sparks flew everywhere. Ling Su's spear light was like a raging tide. Countless cold lights flickered, giving people a feeling that there was no way to escape. The reflection swordsman struggled and floated in the sea of spears, looking rather pathetic. When the reflection swordsman made his move, it was like a fuse. Immediately, many of the cultivators watching from the shadows made their moves simultaneously. For a time, the sound of clothes fluttering in the air could be heard. My goodness, this was practically a gathering of the 3,100th rankers of the heaven list. The sounds of collisions were as dense as rain, incessant and incessant. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 black figures flew out. Everyone was on guard against each other and maintained a safe distance from each other. From Lu Zhongguang's position, It looked as though the walls of the manor were filled with people. Ling Su and Crane's ranking seemed to be underestimated. The clear and crisp sound of the concealed weapons hitting the floor could be heard clearly in the dead silence. It was definitely the most powerful archery technique he had ever seen. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound enveloped the entire place. But the reflection swordsman's strength was extremely robust. After experiencing the initial discomfort, he quickly stabilized his footing. The reflection swordsman's sword technique was extremely unique. Every sword would produce a reflection, real and fake, and it was hard to differentiate the real from the fake. The reflection swordsman and Sindeng's strength was not surprising. But for Ling Su and Crane, even after 10 moves, they were not at a disadvantage, causing Lu Zhongguang to be extremely surprised. A few martial artists who were caught off guard screamed out. One of them had a hole in his chest, and another had a hole in his abdomen. But even more martial artists were prepared, and all used their techniques to block. A shocking scene appeared. A wooden door suddenly shattered, and in the midst of the wood shavings, a cold aura appeared, like a star. Black Puppet's entire body was enveloped in a green-colored black mist, which was the famous Blackwood barrier, which was extremely poisonous. Many different colored concealed weapons fell from Tang Tian's hands onto the ground like flowing water, releasing a series of clear and crisp sounds. Ding ding ding. Misty Shadow Hand Bai was a famous concealed weapon martial artist. His most unique point was to fuse water affinity true power with concealed weapons, forming a unique style of mist concealed weapons. No one noticed that a figure had quietly appeared in front of Black Puppet's neck. In the past 2 hours, 6 people had left, and 7 more had joined. Suddenly, Lu Zhongguang felt a few energy undulations. After a while, he reacted and laughed involuntarily. It was someone secretly using a star treasure to record the battle. Ignoring everything else, these recordings were extremely popular in the market. Black Puppet jumped in fright from the rain of concealed weapons, and immediately used his hands to block. The last martial artist was obviously stronger than the other two, and Lu Zhongguang recognized him with one look. It was Lone Wolf Tsindeng. Lone Wolf Tsindeng was a relatively famous martial artist. He had always been a lone wolf, and never cooperated with others, which made him extremely versatile. His simple and honest face revealed a look of surprise, his heart secretly muttering, "Oh my God, it's truly incredible." Around the small manor, there were actually 19 people lying in ambush. Oh, I forgot about myself, there were 20. The silver arrow struck the black barrier and shattered on the spot, but the immense force caused Black Puppet to groan and immediately fly out horizontally. His talent wasn't that great, but Adrian's patience was top-notch. Hiding in the dark, searching for the faintly discernible chi, he stayed there for 2 hours. The mist-concealed weapons were extremely well concealed, and were extremely sudden, making them extremely hard to detect. This earned him a huge reputation in the aspect of concealed weapon martial techniques, and was highly respected by many concealed weapon martial artists, as they thought of him as one of the current generation's concealed weapon grandmasters. Lu Zhongguang watched to his heart's content. It was rare to see experts of this level fighting. Although there were many concealed weapons, but everyone present, their standards of concealed weapons were relatively ordinary. The momentum was much stronger than the power, and Black Puppet quickly realized that, and immediately calmed down. Tang Tian, who had just finished his training and was still feeling sad, opened the door in a daze. Upon opening the door, his eyes suddenly lit up with countless light auras, and the concealed weapons shot towards him like rain. In another direction, a few martial artists were being held up by Crane. Crane's body technique was free and unrestrained, like a black crane dancing in the sky. His sword techniques were unpredictable. Fighting 1 against 3, he was actually not at a disadvantage. Bang. 1 new 3. 19. 2 screams came out from the sky. It was 2 martial artists who had lost their lives under Crane's sword. Suddenly, a shadow that was hard to catch with the naked eye quietly approached the manor. Black Puppet did not know where he obtained a set of wood-type martial technique inheritance, and was able to train in such a strange martial technique. As long as the black wooden barrier was touched, it would drill into the body, and there was no way to save it. Lu Zhongguang was speechless, but also excited. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a big scene. He was a student that Adrian took in during his travels. He was an honest and sincere person, and Adrian's daily life was mostly taken care of by him. After following his teacher for a long time, his strength was no small matter. Black Puppet, real name unknown, ranked 3106 on the Heaven Road list. So fast. Misty Shadow Hand. As for the chi that he was unable to determine, it was hard to say. Lu Zhongguang's mind was roused. It was Reflection Swordsman. Xiao's evaluation of Tang Tian was extremely high, which made Lu Zhongguang curious. Although he had followed his teacher for a long time, but towards Xiao's abilities, he admired him from the bottom of his heart. In the darkness, Lu Zhongguang slowly counted the chi hidden in the shadows. Lu Zhongguang's attention was quickly attracted to the battlefield. Lu Zhongguang's face changed. His gaze landed not far from where Black Puppet fell. There was a thumb-sized hole in the ground. A name surfaced in his mind. But there were too many eyes staring at the star treasure. For Black Puppet to obtain it, how could it be so easy? Lu Zhongguang exclaimed in his heart. He was ranked 3098, and felt that it was interesting. But he was even more cautious, even though he was ranked the highest. But in such an environment, if he were to meet the other three, he would most probably die miserably. The door of the hidden treasure was pushed open. But Lu Zhongguang felt that it would not be so easy. Xiao also did not believe that the people hiding in the shadows would be able to succeed. Tang Tian held onto a bunch of concealed weapons, his expression at a loss. Under such a beautiful performance, everyone felt that it was extremely dazzling. Finally unable to endure it anymore, you want to take action? A straight silver light swept across everyone's vision. The scene was extremely spectacular. Immediately, countless of concealed weapons covered the sky and shot towards Black Puppet. All of the concealed weapons were enveloped with different colored light auras. Some of them formed straight light scars in the air, some of them formed strange arcs, but without question, all of them were rushing towards Black Puppet. Bang! He was an expert in direct confrontations, and in such a place where one could not even see their fingers, he would be extremely passive. He compared in his heart, and reckoned that out of the three, Black Puppet had the highest chance of winning, followed by Reflection Swordsman, and Sindang was ranked third. He had the leisure to play around, because he did not need to take action. Hiding here was just to keep an eye on him. Ever since General Ta Dun had sent the chests of star treasures to the manor, there were countless of eyes around. In a short span of 10 moves, Sindang's blade techniques had changed to 7 to 8 completely different martial techniques. A few of the blade techniques were not high grade, but in Sindang's hands, they were extremely powerful and produced many changes that caused people to exclaim in admiration. 3 illusory mist kills were flicked by his fingertips and disappeared. Tang Tian's 10 fingers bloomed like flowers. Black Puppet's death would definitely add a glorious stroke to Abai's achievements. Lu Zhongguang held the attitude of watching a good show. Ding ding ding. If someone was able to snatch all the star treasures away, it would be the best for them. Tang Tian had Lupus Constellation behind him, while Angelina and Ta Dun represented Andromeda Constellation, so they could not take action. If they were to land in the hands of bandits, they would not have to worry about anything. Just at that moment, a creaking sound suddenly came out. Lu Zhongguang was filled with anticipation. He had heard that Ling Su and Crane were also very strong. In the blink of an eye, the sky full of light beams entered his palm. Chapter 397. The sudden bright light aura reflected Lu Zhongguang's frozen expression. It was not the plateau army. Although the warehouse was far away, but the distance of 3 kilometers to the Flaming Steps horse was not far, and arrived in a flash. Kill! When Tang Yi rushed to the main road, all the people on the streets were stunned, looking at the cavalry that had appeared out of nowhere in shock. Every single one of them had a profound background, and were not people that the plateau army could contend against. The only thing that the plateau army could do was to protect Tang Tian and the rest. Angelina's expression was calm. We also need to probe their strength. If they are not strong enough to become our ally, then these 100-star treasures will be our only bargaining chip. The Lupus army suddenly dispersed, splitting into 20 small groups. Like 20 sharp arrows, they brazenly rushed towards the crowd around the manor. Under the night sky, the finger shadows that were like flowers blooming and the light beams that filled the sky disappeared. This scene was bound to be imprinted in many people's memories. The wide streets, the neat and tidy stone slabs, were the most suitable for cavalry to rush. On the horse, Tang Yi's face was gloomy. He was full of praise for Master Crane's plan. As expected of Master Crane, his wit was unparalleled. All of the small groups were in a straight line, as though they were measured by a ruler. They sprinted like a straight spear. The inns and residences near these two places were all filled with people. A shout filled with killing intent resonated throughout the entire place. Tang Yi saw the incomparably furious Tang Tian. His originally closed eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing his killing intent. Inside the room, the atmosphere became heavy. Before the word "die" could be heard, the walls suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, a dense formation of troops impressively appeared in everyone's vision. The process was smoother than they had imagined, and it was the most chaotic period in Fairy City. Although the Plateau Army was protecting Fairy City, but for the daily patrols, they did not have the energy, and the original guards were severely injured. Adding the continuous influx of martial artists from outside, all of them were strong and unruly martial artists. With just a word of disagreement, they would start fighting. The guards were not their match and could only turn a blind eye, not daring to provoke them. Lu Zhongguang's pupils constricted. A word popped up in his mind: ambush. From the moment the Lupus army entered the battlefield till now, the time was so short that it could be disregarded, but the strength that the Lupus army had displayed had caused him to be shocked. The horse's heavy and powerful hooves knocked on the hard stone floor, causing sparks to fly, and the sound was muffled like thunder. When 200 of these cavalrymen gathered together, it was like an unstoppable flood of flames. The ground of the entire street was trembling, and the pedestrians all turned pale with fright as they hurriedly moved out of the way. The warehouse was not on the main road, but in a remote alley. The sound of horse hooves was like a tide, flooding the alley. A group of unfamiliar cavalrymen charged in through the gap. Their speed was so fast that even the dust from the crumbling walls disappeared like a gust of wind. What an impressive army! Tang Tian must be trying to display the strength in his hands. Tang expressionlessly squeezed the horse's belly. The flaming horse king charged forward like a red shadow. The cavalrymen behind him did not hesitate and moved at the same time. In his vision, all of the Lupus martial artists raised the curved horses in their hands in unison. Tang Tian's strength seemed like he needed to re-evaluate it. And they only had one mission: to give all of their enemies a thunderous blow and intimidate them all. Ding! No one was chatting and no one spoke. The warehouse was extremely quiet. Approximately 3 kilometers away from the manor that Tang Tian and the rest were staying in, there was a dilapidated warehouse, which belonged to a small trading organization. But in the past, it was rented by a mysterious merchant for a high price. If the president of the small trading organization saw the scene inside the warehouse, he would definitely be stunned. The huge warehouse was filled to the brim, with flaming steps, horses, and people everywhere. Every martial artist sat beside their own mounts to rest, and the flaming steps horses were very quiet, as though they were sleeping. Tang Yi's transformation directly affected the 200 cavalrymen behind him, causing all of their fighting intent to soar. The 200 flaming steps horses brazenly charged forward along the main road. In the silence, the thunderous sounds of the horse hooves gradually grew louder, causing many people to wake up from their dreams. Everyone did not care. The Plateau Army's interference, to many people, was normal. And they believed that the Plateau Army would definitely not make a move on them. Whoosh! The entire manor was quiet. Everyone was stunned by Tang Tian's performance. That move was truly too shocking. Looking at the concealed weapons beneath Tang Tian's feet, they were big and small, of all kinds, and the number was huge. With a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Move out. Events. When the last concealed weapon dropped from Tang Tian's hand, Tang Tian immediately woke up. I was attacked? Not right, I was attacked. When Ta Dun sent people to deliver all of the woven star treasures to the manor, Crane and Ling Su immediately sensed the danger. Crane snuck into Tang Yi's army camp to seek for support and formulated a plan. The 20 small groups roared at the same time, converging into a powerful current. The fighting intent in Tang Yi's chest was boiling. In his slightly closed eyes, a light flickered, the aura around his body quietly converged. The curved blade was like the moon, the light aura reflecting off the snow. As expected of a deep scheming fellow. Their troops were too orderly, to the point that he could not believe his eyes. Lu Zhongguang was startled. The roar contained killing intent. It did not sound like a bluff. Under the shocked gazes of the passers-by, an unending stream of cavalry surged out from the alley. Ta Dun's heart was filled with emotions, but he was not happy at all. If it was possible, he would have liked the innocent little girl who was waiting for her father to bring her presents. 200 curved blades, as though they were pulled by an invisible thread, neatly falling down. Tang Yi's roar was like thunder that entered everyone's ears. The warehouse door had already opened, and the bustling of the streets outside entered their ears. It was the time for the night lights to be lit, and to the residents of Andromeda City who were used to sleeping late, the night had just begun. Ta Dun was speechless. Angelina was right. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. With the intervention of Ursa Major Constellation and Orion Constellation, it was clear that they could not protect the 100-star treasures, so how to use the 100-star treasures to fight for more benefits for Andromeda Constellation was something they had to consider. Lu Zhongguang felt that it was a good choice. To properly display the strength in his hands, it could make their situation more advantageous. Although Lu Zhongguang was surprised at the Lupus Army's military formation, but he was not too cautious about the following charge. The charge of a 10-man small unit was enough to deal with ordinary martial artists, but against the experts, it was not enough. A loud sound came out, and dust filled the air. But it was a pity his warehouse was too far from Tang Tian's manor to be able to rent it for such a price. He was already satisfied. To prevent people from noticing, Crane arranged for the gathering point to be far away from the manor. Tang Yi and the rest entered the city, disguised as a merchant group, and on this point, Ling Su gave many suggestions. He had followed the merchant group to roam the world for a long time, and was extremely clear on what a merchant group was like. The 200 people were divided into 7 different caravans. Tang Yi was the first to rush out of the warehouse, and behind him, the cavalry flowed out of the warehouse like water. Tang Tian was enraged, his eyes bloodshot, and bellowed, "You dare to hit me! Seeking death!" That was what the majority of the people were thinking. Some of them had already turned and prepared to leave the battlefield. Tang Yi was expressionless, but in his heart he was secretly nodding his head. After this period of bitter training, they finally had some form. This brat. Just that, Ta Dun did not like such tactics. He preferred to fight and kill on the battlefield. He looked at Angelina. Her face was no longer filled with hesitation and confusion, but instead became extremely calm. Compared to the darkness outside, the warehouse was brightly lit. Ta Dun frowned. Isn't this not good? Regardless of what kind of guesses and impressions everyone had towards Tang Tian previously, at the moment, their hearts were filled with shock. After the battle, everyone felt that it was more or less the same. No one thought that the victor would be decided tonight, and the majority of them were just probing. They needed time to digest the results of the battle. The silver arrows and killing mist that killed the black puppet were actually broken. Upon leaving the alley, Tang Yi's expression turned cold. The flaming steps horse below him suddenly neighed. In this period of time, although Fairy City's businesses were showing signs of recovery, but the market was much more withered than before, and the warehouse had always been empty. To be able to rent it out for a large sum of money, the boss of the organization was overjoyed. If the warehouse was closer to Master Tang Tian's manor, then he could rent it for a good price. The most popular location, one was near Master Adrian's residence, the other was near Tang Tian's manor. But this Angelina was what Fairy City needed now. Lupus Army. 200 steel mounts, in perfect unison, as though they were one body, they crazily rushed forward. Everyone get ready! In the darkness, many people curled their lips. The plateau army was just a small character, and yet they were trying to put on a show. But in the blink of an eye, they were dumbstruck. She had grown up. Lu Zhongguang started to believe Ashio's words. Lu Zhongguang quivered, his eyes wide open. The godlike young lad had always bullied others. When had he ever been bullied like this before? Bang! It was Lu Zhongguang's first time seeing such an army, ignoring the individual strength of the soldiers. Just based on the formation of the army, it was definitely not something an ordinary army could do. Tang Yi's Flaming Steps horse was a rarely seen 7th-level Flaming Steps horse king. Its entire body was scarlet red like blood. It was extremely spirited. The horse neigh, cut through the night sky, bringing with it a dense, fighting intent. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came out. All the martial artists who were resting with their eyes closed opened their eyes at the same time, their faces revealing an uncontrollable excitement. 10 auras as one, the blade auras transformed into spears. In the night, the rolling sound of hooves sounded like thunder, like the beating of war drums, spreading far and wide. With Master Crane and Master Ling Su's strength, it was definitely not a problem to hold back the enemy. The uniform sound came out. All the martial artists in the warehouse had already flipped over and mounted their horses. The originally messy horse formation, in the blink of an eye, became strict and imposing. Kill! Chapter 398. But no one made a sound. Even the lady in black and Mo Bao who had dodged the light spear had a look of fear in their eyes. And they were the thugs under the leader of the scoundrels, and would usually have nicknames, like the 4 Great Vajras, 13 Great Protectors, etc. The previous heavy spear assault already made everyone feel that it was unstoppable. Then when Tang Yi personally charged, it was on a completely different level. Tang Yi held his blade horizontally, his eyes slowly sweeping across everyone, the imposing aura of disdain enveloping the entire place. It was as though he had done something extremely simple. He turned his horse and slowly moved. Tang Tian revealed his white teeth. The blade in his hand slashed heavily onto the ground, all the way to the hilt. As though Crane was struck by lightning, he was completely petrified. Tang Tian sat there with his golden blade and said loudly, "Today's matter, everyone, how do you want to resolve it?" Many of them were trembling in anger. They were either tyrants or famous experts. When had they ever been extorted by anyone before? But the individual strength of the soldiers were still lacking. If it was any one of the Lion King's 6 subordinates, after a round of assault, no one would be able to survive. Because every single soldier of the Lion King's 6 subordinates was much stronger. Crane, who was deep in introspection, suddenly felt something swaying in front of him. He raised his head in a daze. It was a cloth bag. Just from their coordination, their standard already had the embryonic form of a top-grade army. The light spear pierced through their bodies without any suspense, leaving behind a terrifying blood hole. The blood spurting out under the light spear's light aura was filled with despair and poignant beauty. Crane almost covered his face with his hands, his heart surging with a deep sense of shame. This guy was truly extorting and blackmailing. Oh my God, how can a person with such a noble character do such a despicable thing? This is a betrayal of our ideals. This is depravity. This is a stain on our lives. Tang Tian casually sat on the doorstep, crossed his right leg, his left hand supporting his chin, his gaze sweeping across everyone with ill intentions. After thinking about it, he felt that his imposing manner was not enough, so he took out a blade and held it in his hand. Tang Tian grabbed an empty cloth bag and waved it in front of Crane. "Little Crane, go and take it." Clang clang. Aquila Constellation can attack me? No one thought that the Lupus Army's assault would be so decisive and crazy. Most of the martial artists didn't have time to defend themselves. Facing these terrifying spears of light, they could only hurriedly block them. 2 deafening collision sounds rang out almost at the same time. Aquila Constellation. Tang Tian laughed. But in his heart, he had to admit that the Lupus army under Tang Tian had some standards. He chopped the ground in front of him with the knife in his hand. His face was filled with arrogance, and the moment he opened his mouth, it was filled with the tone of a hooligan. Ling Su was fine, but Crane only felt uncomfortable. Then he looked at himself, Ling Su and Tang Yi, lined up on either side of Tang Tian. On both sides of him, the 4 small teams moved at the same time. They were like 4 sharp arrowheads, while Tang Yi was like a magnet that attracted them. 70 steps. The light flashed and disappeared, leaving only half of the old man's body. The light aura from the heavy spear's assault covered Lu Zhongguang's vision. The low and deep whistle that caused his scalp to go numb was like a gigantic and heavy star spirit beast sweeping past his heart. Without roaring, Tang Yi expressionlessly raised the zanbato in his hand. Tang Yi, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His cold gaze caused everyone's heart to shrink. Just as they were about to move, everyone froze, as though they were struck by a technique, and did not dare to move. Tang Yi's attack just now, they could not dodge it either. As the old saying goes, whoever is the first to run will be killed. Friends hiding in the shadows, come out. There's one below the millstone, the one hanging under the eaves, the one hiding in the corner. Everyone's heart trembled. Everyone was stunned by Tang Tian's words, and only after a while did they react. The lady in black reacted quickly. When the light spear flew in front of her, she threw out the green ring saw in her right hand. The green ring saw spun and flew into the air. Following that, the lady in black appeared in front of the green ring saw, dodging the light spear. Lu Zhongguang regained his senses, his pale white face regaining some color. He secretly laughed in his heart at his cowardice. He could not change and could not be scared. Tang Tian's words made the few people who were originally thinking of getting lucky obediently walk out from the darkness. The old man was startled, thinking that he had heard wrongly. He raised his head and was stunned to see Tang Tian's right hand clenched into a fist, his thumb pointing at himself, his face full of arrogance. With a casual tone, Tang Tian pointed out all the people hiding in the shadows, all of them. His intuition was astonishing. If these people wanted to hide from his detection, they were still far from it. The slow sound of horse hooves in the silence was piercing to the ears. It was as though Tang Tian had an exceptional throwing knife in his hands. One strike was sure to hit. Of course he could not kill everyone, but whoever made the first move, he could definitely kill the other party. The group of people all had their own ulterior motives. Facing such a situation, no one was willing to be the first bird, but in their hearts, they all wanted someone to make the first move and take the chance to escape. To the Flaming Steps horse with its astonishing sprinting ability, it was just a blink of an eye, and in such a short period of time, the 4 small groups had already formed a perfect angle to attack from Tang Yi's 2 sides. Yes, everyone had the intention to retreat. But as though he knew what everyone was thinking, Tang Tian's arrogant voice came out. In that moment, Lu Zhongguang's mind went blank. What? Why me? The old man had blocked the attack, and his chi was in a mess. He anxiously shouted, "Wait a minute, this old man is in front of Aquila constellation." Crane and Ling Su saw that the situation had stabilized, and floated back to Tang Tian's side. Their opponents, facing a group of Lupus soldiers eyeing them like tigers watching their prey, did not dare to act blindly without thinking. His assault was unparalleled under the heavens. Everyone's faces were terrible, but at that moment, they had no choice but to remain silent. The standard of the Lupus army was truly high. This high standard did not mean that their individual strength was outstanding, but it meant that their combined attack was simply too perfect. In the assault just now, the fusion of the blade auras from the 10 of them did not seem to be damaged. Such a perfect coordination could only appear in the hands of an army with extremely high standards. The Eagle army was one of the famous elites in Heaven's Road, Lupus constellation. What kind of rural place was that? Lu Zhongguang was overwhelmed with shock. He initially thought that he had concealed himself flawlessly. His standard of concealment, even his teacher Adrian was full of praises, but it was actually seen through by Tang Tian. They did not know that Tang Yi had the qualifications to be arrogant, because he was a unique military general. Orion Constellation's Adrian was here. Ursa Major Constellation's Master Wuxia was also here, who knew that Aquila Constellation would also want to interfere. In the first round of attacks, 3 martial artists were able to hold on. One was an old man with a cane, another was a black-robed lady with a double circular saw, and the last one was Wuxia's subordinate, Mo Bao. Everyone was silent. The situation was truly chaotic. Mo Bao did not choose to dodge. He had long wanted to test out the weight of these people. He lowered his waist into a horse stance. The circular blade in his hand did not have any fancy moves, and slashed down. The light spear exploded. Mo Bao's body swayed, but he did not retreat half a step. But his face was somewhat ugly. Everyone was shocked by Tang Tian's craziness, and was shocked by his blade that lit up the night. Even more people were deeply provoked by Tang Yi's arrogance, since when did a spirit general dare to look at them as though they were nothing? The blade in Tang Tian's hand kept slashing the ground, causing rocks to fly everywhere. His gaze swept across the crowd, as though he was looking at a group of pigs and sheep that had been skinned clean. The old man's heart relaxed. He originally wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he did not expect Tang Tian's strength to exceed his imagination. But behind him was the tyrant of Aquila Constellation. No matter how powerful Tang Tian was, he did not even put him in his eyes. What kind of freak is he? Aquila Constellation. Tang Tian said loudly, his gaze dense, his face indifferent. Don't say you don't have it. All of you are people with status, with so many eyes watching. If you don't even have a mere 100 million star coins, that would be a loss of face, right? Extortion. The old man was dumbstruck. Was he crazy? Did he not know, in front of Aquila Constellation, he was just like an ant? Lu Zhongguang suddenly felt that his thoughts were laughable. He actually linked the Southern Sky Army with the Lion King's 6 divisions, the top army in Heaven's Road. It was truly laughable. Tang Tian raised his chin, his expression as arrogant as a hooligan on the streets. Aquila Constellation can run to this young master's territory and behave atrociously? 20 powerful light spears whizzed towards the crowd. Everyone was shocked. Aquila Constellation was one of the 10 equatorial palace halls. In the current 10 equatorial palace halls, none of them were weak. They were Equuleus Constellation, Canis Minor Constellation, Aquila Constellation, Ophiuchus Constellation, Serpens Constellation, Sextans Constellation, Hydra Constellation, Monoceros Constellation, Orion Constellation, and Cetus Constellation. His eyes were filled with flames. He smiled at the stunned old man, and with an extremely elegant and noble tone, he slowly squeezed out 3 words, "Kill him." 4 light spears flew over from both sides. When Tang Yi's Zanbato slashed down, the 4 light spears entered his blade aura at the same time. The dazzling light aura suddenly blazed. It was as though Tang Yi was holding up a sun. Ta-da! Chi-chi-chi. This scene. Why does it look like I'm collecting protection fees? No one move, Tang Yi. Whoever is the first to escape, kill him. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have it. What is more valuable than life? Since no one is speaking, then I will speak. Everyone leave something behind. Anything is fine, as long as it is worth 100 million star coins. Money cards are welcome. The old man seemed to have awoken from his dream, and screamed in despair, no. They were actually being extorted in such an open and above-board manner. Before Tang Tian finished speaking, Tang Yi had already rushed out. The old man's staff technique was ferocious. Facing the light spears, he did not have the slightest bit of fear or retreat. He bellowed, his hair and beard fluttering. He struck out with his staff. The light spears exploded, his figure retreating a few steps, his clothes torn. His mind relaxed, his face naturally became arrogant and reserved. He was waiting for Tang Tian to give him a way out. As long as he was not an idiot, he would definitely not dare to offend Aquila Constellation at such a time. I am such an ambitious aristocratic family disciple. How did I end up in such a state? Crane wanted to cry but had no tears. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.